Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the ABTA Navigating Brain Tumor Recurrence Patient and Family Meeting. My name is Emily Lippert, Program Manager here at the American Brain Tumor Association. We are delighted you have joined us online today. The ABTA's patient and family meetings are free events typically held across the U.S. where brain tumor patients and loved ones can network and hear from experts about updates in brain tumor research, treatment, and care. We chose to host our meetings again virtually this year to protect the health of our community during the COVID-19 pandemic. Although we are saddened we cannot connect and network in person, we hope our virtual program will be an enriching experience. Since we are unable to meet in person, we thought a good way to connect and learn about other attendees would be to participate in some polling. When a poll is launched, a box will pop up prompting you to respond to the question. Your answer will be anonymous and only collective results will be shown. Let's launch the first poll now. What region of the US are you tuning in from today? It looks like the Midwest is in the lead. Give it a few more seconds. The West Coast is catching up. 3, 2, 1. All right, it looks like we have 33% from the Midwest, with second behind on the West Coast. That's great. Thank you all so much for joining. Okay, let's launch our second poll now. This will be an assessment to understand if you have what your understanding is of recurrence, the topic of today's meeting. Okay, please rate your overall understanding of recurrence. No answer is wrong. Okay, it looks like a general understanding is the majority right now. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it looks like most people with 54% have a general understanding of recurrence. Well, we hope after today's meeting, you will have an even greater understanding of recurrence and the additional topics we will be covering. All right, I would like to now invite our chair, Dr. Seema Nagpal, who has been absolutely wonderful in the planning and execution of our program on recurrence. Dr. Nagpal is a board-certified neurologist and neuro-oncologist who takes care of patients with both primary and metastatic brain cancers. She has a special interest in late-stage disease and how we can improve both quality of life and access to new therapies in these patients. The ABTA is truly grateful for our partnership with Dr. Nagpal. Dr. Nagpal, would you like to say hello?
Yes, good morning, everyone. And it's not quite good afternoon for those of you on the East Coast. Thank you so much for joining us. I think we have a fantastic lineup of physicians for us to learn and hear from, as well as a wonderful patient voice today. A little bit about myself. I have, if you hear them, hopefully not, I have 2 kids running around upstairs. I'm hiding from them. And during the pandemic, I know we all did strange things. So I was taking my children to tap and sitting outside and trying to work. And eventually I decided that was not a good idea. I was just going to take tap with them. Turns out my children are way better at tap than I am. And just want you all to know that your physicians are human as well, and that we're often taking your stories home and thinking about you when we're taking care of you. So welcome again, and welcome to all our fantastic speaking panel.
Thank you so much, Seema. I would also like to thank all of our speakers for taking the time out of their day to share their insight and expertise with us today. Additionally, thank you to ABTA's gold sponsor, Novocure, and our silver sponsor, GT Medical Technologies, for their support of this virtual event. Without the time and effort from Dr. Nagpal, the speakers, and our sponsors, we would not be able to bring you this quality educational programming that has brought together the brain tumor community. All right, let's get started. So our first session of today's meeting is all about the American Brain Tumor Association. The ABTA continues to be a proud advocate, and we are steadfast in our mission to be a strong ally and resource for the brain tumor community. This presentation will discuss the many ways that we are here to serve you and how you can get involved. Please help me to welcome ABTA's President and CEO, Ralph DeVito.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Emily and Dr. Nagpal. Thank you so much for chairing this important patient and family meeting. Welcome to everyone. I've got a number of slides. I'll move through them quickly. Bottom line is this: we're glad you're here. We hope you find this session of value. The American Brain Tumor Association has all of our materials on our website at abta.org. abta.org. So let's start with our mission. Ultimately, our mission is to improve, to extend, and to save the lives of those diagnosed with a brain tumor. And how do we do it? There are two major areas of emphasis at the American Brain Tumor Association. First, it's funding research. And the next slide will show you the scope of our work, the millions of dollars, the many hundreds of research projects in the US and around the world, and the amazing researchers, many of them junior in their field, who go on to even greater work. So thanks to your support, we are a leading funder of investigators earlier in their career, but we also engage with other brain tumor organizations to fund larger work that we could fund ourselves. You know, one of the real gems of our research program, next slide, is our AARN, the American Brain Tumor Association Alumni Research Network. This photo is from the last time we were able to meet in person, and that was in 2019. The good news is we're going to meet in person again in September. Excited about that. We bring these researchers together that we have funded previously. They network, they learn, they talk about how to run a lab, how to recruit for a lab. They have often found ways to collaborate, to jointly seek funding opportunities. They have written papers together. So truly, it is one of the great things that we're able to do to support the work of the next generation of brain tumor researchers. Next is patient services. As I said, the two things that we do is we fund brain tumor research and we serve brain tumor patients and their families. And everything is on abta.org. We are happy to talk to you one-on-one to explain further. So let me talk to you briefly about something that we're proud to have on our website, is our Tumor Center Guide. We have indicators of high quality CNS tumor treatment and care. So you see some of the things that are included in the center guide. And this is a continual work that we do as we learn more about institutions all over the US. And these are US-based institutions at this point. Next, we have an array of educational materials, and we constantly update our brochures, from the document that launched our education materials called the Brain Tumor Primer, to pretty much every tumor type with its own brochure. Well, many of them, obviously, only 18, there are more tumor types, but we have most of the tumor types, and we can work with you one-on-one to get you what you need sent to you in addition to our pre-written materials. In addition to education materials, next, we have a care line that is staffed. They can talk to you one-on-one by phone. You can text or email with them. You see the email address at the bottom along with our phone number. Really proud of our team. They go out of their way to provide emotional support, information. If we don't directly provide a service, we have a pretty strong network of organizations that we work with. We can refer you seamlessly in most cases to another organization that can help you. In addition to the one-on-one, we have online support opportunities. You see here the connection with over 34,000 members. Every time I present this slide, that number increases. There's a great opportunity for you, if you wish, to be anonymous in this forum. You can learn. We're going to be presenting topics, but there's a great opportunity for you to learn from others. Next, our webinars. We offer them throughout the year in a vast array of subjects. We have great expertise, like Dr. Nakpal and others that give of their time. So these webinars are going to be, mostly once a month. And the good news is they're available. All of our past webinars are on our website or ABTA YouTube channel. Next, we have our patient and family meetings 3 times a year this year. We really feel like this is some of the highest quality half-day programs available to the brain tumor community. Let me just make the point that Emily did. We want to hear from you. How did we do in delivering something of quality that's meaningful to you? We will always listen and seek to improve what we're doing. Next is really one of the greatest things that we offer, our signature patient program. Once a year, used to be in person the past 2 years, and now this year will be virtual. But I can assure you the quality of the content is worth your time. You see the dates there, September 9 and 10. It is just an amazing conference. It is the largest conference dedicated to patient and caregiver education, September 9 and 10. And then finally, we have peer-to-peer mentoring opportunities. If you are needing someone to talk to by phone, by email, we will match you with someone who has a tumor type, who has a history, might be gender, might be age, any way you want to be matched up. As you can see, we have over a couple of hundred trained mentors ready today. Either if you're a patient or a caregiver, we will match you. Just contact us and we will match you. We also have opportunities if you'd like to be a mentor to others. So our peer-to-peer mentoring service is something that we do that is really important to someone going through this journey. So how can you get involved with the American Brain Tumor Association? So briefly, I will share with you some of the ways. We have just hired someone that works with those who want to create their own fundraising events. So wherever you are, whatever community you're in, any way you want to get involved, you contact us. We'll reach out, talk to you, share with you maybe some ideas, or just take your idea and help you run with it. Something else that we're doing is Team ABTA. I'm really proud of our people that run in the Chicago Marathon, the New York Marathon. We now have the Seattle Marathon, the Houston Marathon. So those are just some of the opportunities through Team ABTA. We have a New York City bike ride and just other opportunities. Contact us. Let us share with you how you can get involved through these ways. Another important way you can get involved with us, next slide, is our signature fundraising events. And they're really meaningful because at the events, we have our mission staff, we have clinicians and researchers from around the community that come out. Our first one of this year, yes, in person, I'm pleased to say, will be in Tampa on Saturday, March 19th. So if you're in that area, please come on out. There are 7 other BT 5Ks that will be happening from the East Coast. We have 2 in California, LA, and San Francisco. that will happen a little bit later this year. So please reach out. I would like to involve you as a volunteer, as a sponsor, as someone that can help drive the success of these BT 5Ks. You can see the QR code is available for you to immediately learn more, but abta.org. And next, volunteer opportunities more broadly. We have things that you can do outside of becoming a BT 5K committee member or peer-to-peer mentorship or event volunteers. If you have a specialty that you think can help us advance our mission, for example, if you're a photographer and you want to volunteer your services at an ABTA event, it will really help us then to showcase the work being done to raise awareness, to raise funds, to fund research, and to serve patients. Next, we send out throughout the year, free of charge, an e-newsletter, Mind Matters. So please sign up if you haven't already at abta.org. Again, it's free. It's something that will keep you abreast of what is happening in the brain tumor community, and specifically with the American Brain Tumor Association. So we thank you. We appreciate you. We thank you for joining us today. One, of course, tangible way for you to help the mission of the American Brain Tumor Association is to go on abta.org and to donate anything from your resources to your time. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Ralph, for sharing about the mission of the American Brain Tumor Association. I'm going to invite our chair back on screen to introduce our next session.
Good morning again, everyone. Anticipation about recurrence is very common among brain tumor patients and their families. This next session is titled The Uncertainty About Recurrence, and we hope from this session you will learn how to approach the uncertainty and pick up some practical tools to lean on should a recurrence arise. Our speaker is Dr. Teresa McGranahan. She's a neuro-oncologist at the University of Washington who specializes in caring for patients with brain tumors that started in the brain or cancers that have spread from other parts of the body to the brain and the spinal cord. Her research focuses on improving the lives of patients with brain tumors. And on a personal note, Teresa is probably one of the warmest, kindest people you will ever meet. And I have had the pleasure of working with her personally for a few years. I'm also going to ask her to share a quirk about herself before we start, sort of like my terrible tap dancing. So please welcome Dr. McGranahan as she shares about the uncertainty surrounding recurrence.
Well, thank you so much, Seema, Dr. Nagpal. The pressure feels a little bit on. I will share a fun fact. I'm joining you guys today from Seattle, Washington, where it is not raining today. But even when it does rain, I actually commute into the hospital by an electric scooter. And that may make some of you nervous, but don't worry. I'm a neurologist first, which means I wear my helmet. But it's just a bit of a fun way to start the day as opposed to in a car in traffic. When both Dr. Nagpal and the ABTA approached me about talking with you today about the uncertainty about recurrence, I really racked my brain to try to say there's a way that this isn't uncertain. And really everything about brain tumors, there's just so much uncertainty there. I can't take that away. But what I'm hoping you'll walk away with today is understanding that those questions you have, most people have, and it's okay to ask them. There's also a lot of questions that we can't actually answer for you. I'm going to share a little bit about why that's the case now and how research is moving things forward. So we are getting better answers for some of these, but there's just going to be uncertainty no matter how we navigate this. As far as disclosures, I have no significant disclosures, but I do run clinical trials up here. That doesn't mean that there's money in my pocket. It just means that this is a way that drug companies are helping to provide additional clinical trials so that we can advance therapies for these important and terrifying diseases. Well, I guess maybe There is one important disclosure for me to make, that is, I just think brains are super cool. There is this squishy organ inside your skull that is responsible for everything incredible you do. Dancing, tap dancing, being able to run, love, speak, feel. It's this squishy organ that's in charge of it. And I can't help myself but teaching people a little bit about how cool this organ is. You may not know, but it's not just a squishy organ of all the same cells, but there's a map on your brain. That means that in surgery, we can actually stimulate parts of your brain and make you do things. So for example, in this red region, if we stimulated there, we could move a part of your body. Or back here in this green region, what's called the occipital lobe, if we stimulated there, you may see something that's not there at all. Or over here in this yellow region, stimulating there might make you say some pretty funny sounds or words. It's because of this important map that different brain tumors can look very different for different people. It's often the case that you may have the exact same brain tumor in the peer-to-peer partnership. You may have a partner who has the same brain tumor but totally different symptoms. And that's because the brain tumor is impacting different parts of your brain. There are brain tumors that are near the brain on the covering and that may not come with symptoms at all. Regardless of what those symptoms look like, I get kind of the same story from most people about how this journey started for them. It tends to be that it was really a whirlwind, and it kind of felt like from that very first scan, there wasn't a chance to catch their breath. While I shared with you some fun facts about the brain, most people don't think about the brain until they have this first scan and somebody says, uh-oh, there's a tumor there. For most people and most patients going through this journey, that opens up this world that you may not have even known existed. You're suddenly meeting all of these new doctors. There's a neurosurgeon, an oncologist, a neuro-oncologist, a neurologist, a radiation oncologist, all of these ologists. And it just sort of feels like I'm meeting new people and I'm being told, okay, it's surgery, or okay, it's another scan. And sometimes it's radiation and sometimes it's chemotherapy. And it's all of this, and it moves so fast. And then hopefully we get through that first chapter where things have been so chaotic that we're able to catch our breath. And in catching our breath, we kind of brace for impact and wonder, what's next? There can be a lot of questions that come up there. If these questions are different for different people. For some people, it's, okay, do I ever need another MRI? Please tell me no. And for other people, they're saying, hey, sign me up for an MRI every day if I can. There's this big question that's in the back of your mind of, will my tumor grow back? And if so, when? And there may be even more kind of confusing terms that come at you. Things like PET and CT and MRI and spectroscopy and perfusion, words I've already been using that just kind of, wait, what do you mean by all of this? And then there's questions about, what should I be doing? I want you to know that while that first experience, that first kind of whirlwind where it really seems like everything's moving so fast, the period between the diagnosis and the first best treatments and what the future holds from there is very rarely the same path for every person. Oftentimes there's different twists and turns that are related to your type of tumor, and then just other sorts of situations that are really hard to predict. Through those twists and turns, you're gonna come up with even more questions. There's a chance, a pretty likely one, that at some point in the future, there will be something that changes on your MRI. Sometimes those changes are just how scarring changes from surgery. Your brain's never going to go back to looking like one from the textbooks because there was a tumor there. But sometimes those changes may not just be scarring. Sometimes they're changes that we call treatment effect. And sometimes those changes are actually tumor growth. And sometimes, despite the best of our efforts and our technologies, we don't know for sure if it's tumor or not. Up here at our tumor board, we actually call it the standard tumor board question, which is that tumor or is it treatment effect? So if your journey hits one of these little bumps in the middle where you're wondering questions like this, it's pretty common. And sometimes we have to ask for other medical specialists' opinions or further consultations. We don't have all the answers, so certainly you're not expected to. And whenever somebody says that there's a change on your MRI, it's pretty natural to brace for impact again and start to plan for, oh gosh, what's next? Does that mean I enter the same whirlwind at the beginning? And what does this mean for my family? I can't answer all of these questions for you because it matters so much what your tumor type is, what your journey is. Everyone's path for recurrence is very different. But what I need you to know is that your medical team really is here to help answer those questions. There's a pretty good chance that at some point in your educational journey, you've had a teacher who told you there's no bad questions, and that is true. This is your brain, this is your battle, and so asking questions is the way that we help you. I can't promise you all the right answers, but I can promise you that your medical team is here to help. I want to try to answer some of these general questions as best I can. So I want to start with, we're here to talk about recurrence today. So what does that mean? Does that mean my tumor will grow back? For some tumors, after the first best treatment, it's pretty unlikely that the tumor will recur. And then for other tumors, given enough time, it will always grow back. Which one of those groups, or the really gray area in between those, we can use both the name of the tumor and the grade of the tumor to help better predict. This is a space that's actually changing pretty quickly. You may have heard things called the WHO grade or WHO grade, and that's because that's the sort of governing body that helps us with how we define different tumors. And that's not a concrete situation. It's actually changing as the research evolves. The most recent update we've had to the WHO was just last year. And in that, we saw some tumors change grade. A good example of this is a tumor that's called a myxopapillary ependymoma. I know that that feels like a mouthful, but there may be somebody on the call who has one of these. For many, many years, we called these grade 1 tumors. Grade 1 tumor meaning that after surgery, if you're able to get out all of what we can see by the MRI or in surgery that looks like tumor cells, the chance of it growing back is pretty unlikely. However, we found that while that's the case for many people, more people than we originally thought actually can have the tumor come back. As a result, in the most recent WHO, that changed grades. It went from a grade 1 tumor to now it's a grade 2 tumor. Things can go the opposite direction. I have patients who initially were told that their tumor was called a glioblastoma. And then when we learned more about testing different DNA changes in the tumor, we found that it had 2 different mutations, an IDH mutation and a 1p19q for those people who are into the details. But those mutations changed it. So the name of that tumor changed and the grade changed. It's not a glioblastoma anymore. It's an oligodendroglioma, which is a grade 3 tumor for that patient. And so while this may just seem a little bit like vocabulary, I think that understanding that we're learning and we're growing and we're trying to get more accurate at being able to help give you a picture of what the likelihood of recurrence is and what the timeline for the average person is between the time that we first find this and that we're likely to need to do something in the recurrence space. Let me also talk a little bit about what does that mean, recurrence? Well, actually, these words aren't perfectly defined, but you may hear 2 different words in this space. One is recurrence, which can mean that the tumor grows back in a place where we knew it was before. It may have been there the whole time and it just grew, or it may have been removed surgically initially and then started growing back in that area. Alternatively, there's also progression where it's in the same place and recurrence can be in a different place. I kind of mix those up, but recurrence is typically anywhere that it grows back, and progression tends to be where it's left where it was initially and then continues to grow in that area. How do we monitor for recurrence? Well, the way we monitor for recurrence is with scans. We don't have a way to know for sure without trying to sort of look into your brain. And for most people, because of the way that whirlwind started at the beginning with things moving so fast, it's pretty normal to be nervous around those MRIs. For some people, that nervousness is that moment where you're waiting between when the scan is done and the result, you get the good news afterwards. And for some people, there's a lot of anxiety leading up to that scan. I just want you to know that that's normal. It is pretty unusual, and I always worry if it is actually true or not, that people have no feelings about their MRIs. So scanxiety, we know it's true. It also gets this medical term called anticipatory anxiety. But I just want you to know that as we're going through the surveillance period or the recurrence, that scanxiety is totally normal. Okay, so why do we need these scans? Well, with the scans, we're not really seeing your brain. The only people who've probably really seen your brain are your neurosurgeons. And even then, they don't see the whole thing. So here's an example on the left side of a brain tumor during surgery. And you can see that this is a pretty small little circle. This is certainly not the full brain. And you can tell that it isn't really clear. It doesn't come with quite labels about what is tumor and what is not. There's different technology that we can use in the operating room to help highlight areas of tumor. But to really be able to see your full brain, we need our fancy imaging technology. Now, with your fancy imaging technology, we can't see your whole brain at once. What we actually see are slices through your brain. And I just want to orient you a little bit to what we're looking at with these different scans. So on the top here is a coronal plane, or what you can think of as kind of a slice going straight through ear to ear. I've been told multiple times that making reference to food is not a good idea, but I'm not really sure what people slice more than bread. And so you can think of this as sort of slicing bread in this direction versus a horizontal plane is sort of going through the eyes, so that this would be the front of the brain and the back of the brain. Or we can get a sagittal picture, which is going straight through, kind of like dividing your nose in half. For the MRIs and the CT scans I'm going to show you next, these are all going to be in the horizontal plane. I think knowing what you're looking at is an important part of being able to look at your MRIs, whether that's during the period of stability or if it's at the time of recurrence. Here's two examples of different types of imaging. Over here on the left is a CT scan. Over here on the right is an MRI scan. I often describe the difference between CTs and MRIs as like television, because for me, televisions have evolved pretty quickly the same way imaging has. There was a time where we had black and white televisions and it was still pretty cool, but the pictures were certainly nothing like what we can see with these HD TVs. So when you look at a CT, you can certainly see that there's areas of abnormality. So over here in the region of the brain that's called the right frontal lobe, you can see this darker area, and the fact that the radiologist had drawn lines on it helps to show you that that's different. But if you look over here on the MRI, you can appreciate that this is a much more detailed picture. Not only do you see this space up here in the front, but you can see that this brain around it looks like a different color. And even back here, where you may not have noticed the change over here on the CT, you can see that it's putting pressure on the backside of the brain too. For certain tumors, CT scans are better than MRIs. But it's not just CTs and MRIs. You've probably experienced having contrast injected as well. This can help us to tell a little bit different. Again, here are two examples of the exact same brain, one with a CT scan and one with an MRI. You can see that there's this darker area here on the CT, But with the MRI with contrast, it really highlights this area where there is actually the tumor growth. I warned you a little bit that I like to do a little bit of teaching. So if it's okay, I want to take this and look at it with what it looks like from an actual patient at the time of recurrence. So these are examples of two people who both had IDH mutated astrocytomas that were treated over a decade ago. And then they had these new spots that came up on their MRI. These spots are both where contrast is leaking out. So these are abnormal, and both of these are pretty concerning for recurrence. I can tell you that both of these people ended up going into surgery, and one of these is actually recurrent tumor, and the other one is treatment effect. Surgery is not the only way that we can tell the difference between tumor or treatment effect. We actually can use some advanced imaging to help us better understand as well. Advanced imaging is where we use more advanced technology to help answer different questions. It goes back to that tumor board standard question of, is this tumor or treatment effect? I'm warning you, this is going to feel a little bit like alphabet soup because there's so many acronyms here, but I just think it's helpful to know that there's different technologies that you may hear about that may be able to help us with answering what's going on inside your brain. One of these is what's called ABTA imaging, or amide proton transfer. That's a type of imaging that helps us to look at different concentrations of protein in the brain. We know that some of these proteins are concentrated in tumor and are less likely to be in what's called radiation treatment effect. On this MRI, you can see that there's this area that's this kind of warm red and yellow colors over here on the right side of the brain. Those red and yellow colors help to tell us that this actually looks pretty concerning for tumor. It's not just looking at the protein in the brain, but there's other ways that we can also help to look and better understand what the changes in your brain may be. One of those is looking at the blood flow. We look at blood flow in two different ways. We can look at how quickly blood is going to different areas and how much blood flow. You may wonder, wait, we're talking about tumor. Why are you talking about blood flow? Well, it turns out most tumors, especially the fast-growing tumors, have all sorts of tips and tricks to be able to call blood to it faster and to call more blood to it. So this picture down here, on the second picture over that's labeled as ASL, or arterial spin labeling, is one of the strategies that we use to look at how quickly is blood going to different regions of the brain. Areas of tumor would have faster blood flow or show up as this white region over here also on the right frontal lobe. We can also look at MRIs to see how much blood is going to the different areas. And that's what's called another type of contrast perfusion imaging. Fast-growing tumors tend to have more blood flow going to them because they're growing and they need the energy from that. However, treatment effect actually tends to be pretty cool. It has more of the blue colors on this imaging and can help to say, oh, that's not tumor growth. That's just radiation treatment effect. Let's just keep looking. Now, we can't do this through your whole brain, but sometimes when there's spots that we're trying to figure out, is this tumor or is it not? We can actually look at what are the different chemicals in that region. And we do that with what's called spectroscopy or MR spectroscopy. These squiggly lines that you're looking at in the fourth box help to tell us what relative ratios or how much of different chemicals are in that part of the MRI or that part of the brain. And we can look at this chemical signature to say, okay, well, there's more of, say, an IDH marker to say that this looks more like tumor, or there's more of another marker that says this looks more like treatment effect. And the last one of these advanced imagings I wanted to talk about or share with you is what's called PET scan. So PET scan is actually not on MRI at all. It's with CT scan. And with that CT, we can use different types of radioactive tracers. to look at different things in the brain. This is an example of a PET scan that's looking at metabolism. So how metabolically active are different parts of the brain? And you can see that the brain is very metabolically active by all of the yellow and almost white. That's signs of really high metabolism. But if you look over here on what for the picture is the right, but in the brain is the left side of the brain, you can see that there's this other area of more kind of red and orange. That's an area that's not using very much energy. It's not metabolizing very much. And that's what it looks like when there's radiation treatment effect. So you may or may not need this sort of advanced imaging to help answer questions of, is this tumor or not? But I just want you to know that they're out there as potential options to help answer those questions. And I'll tell you, unfortunately, none of these is perfect. We've had several cases where one of them says it looks more like tumor and one says it looks more like treatment effect. So there's no perfect answers. The uncertainty persists. But I think knowledge is power. So hopefully this is some helpful information. I suspect one of the questions that's in the back of your mind is, okay, well, if it's not tumor, then what is it? And so I'm using the phrase of radiation or tumor treatment effect. But what you can think about that more is, especially radiation is like having a really bad sunburn on your brain. And for sometimes you can be out in the sun and you don't even feel that burn. It's actually not until that evening or even the day later that you really recognize that the effects of that sun are being felt. And that's true with radiation. While you may not have any of those changes during radiation, it can actually be months and sometimes years. We've even seen decades after radiation that we can see the effects of that radiation or that sunburn that show up. I could go into the science behind it and how we kind of at this time are thinking of it as being a predominantly immune infiltrate, but another way that it's sort of your immune cells activating and sort of part of the brain. But ultimately, we think of it as being a process that is always time limited. Radiation or treatment effect will always quiet down on its own, but it doesn't follow a perfect timeline. Sometimes it's pretty short, and sometimes it can go on for a pretty long time and require some other treatments. I shared with you already that sometimes the tests don't quite get it right. And I do think it's really important for you to listen to your brain and to your body. Every single one of the panelists that you'll hear from today, and I am sure your doctors as well, if we're not one of them, will tell you that we learn a tremendous amount from our patients. And I want to share with you an example of a patient that I learned a tremendous amount from. This is a patient who was diagnosed with a glioblastoma at the time of these MRIs about 2 years before. And from all of our statistics, this was a more likely than not when the patient started to have new symptoms and the MRI started to change in this middle MRI, where you can see that center area is bigger than it is on the left. And you can see that there's more of this white signal around it. Odds were more in favor of tumor growth than not. Similarly, all that advanced imaging that I showed you before all supported this looks pretty concerning for tumor. We put a plan in place to start the next treatments, and the patient said, I just feel a lot better. I'm not sure I want to go forward with that next treatment. And to be totally transparent with you, it made me really nervous. I was pretty sure we were right. And that patient was. We did an MRI a month later, and all of these changes had actually just quieted down. I'm not saying that that's every case, but I think it's a good reminder to listen to your body and that we do get things wrong sometimes. More often than it seems possible, actually the best treatment is a little bit of time and waiting to see what this MRI or the CT looks like the next time with a little bit of time in between. Talking about this patient brings up this question of, will I know when my tumor is growing. I wish we had a way to tell you which day in the future recurrence may or may not be for you. And I wish I could promise you that that time you would know. It's going to go back to that part that we were talking about before, where there's different regions of the brain have different functions, which mean that in some of those regions of the brain, you can have a little bit of growth, and it can cause symptoms so that people know something's different. And in other parts of the brain, tumor can actually grow pretty large, and it doesn't really come with any symptoms at all. While you may or may not know your tumor is growing or that there's recurrence without doing the scans, what is universal from the time you're diagnosed with this through your full journey is that what matters most is actually how you feel and how you're doing. So even if this recurrence comes completely out of the blue and you said, I had no idea, I feel great, that's actually good news. It's really good news that we caught that recurrence early before it caused any problems. And if you say, I knew something was going, that's also really important news. We can use that to measure through too. No matter what, how you're feeling is the most important measure of how you're doing. I think one of the hardest questions talking about those symptoms that may or might not be the case for you is this question. It's hard to hear the question, does this tumor growth mean that I've lost this battle or that hope is lost? And unequivocally, I can promise you there is nothing on your MRI that will ever tell you to lose hope. We already talked that for many brain tumors, given enough time, they're always going to grow back. So it just means that now is the time. For some of these tumors, even if they do grow back, actually, there's still curative therapy. There's still therapies we can do that can get you back into the period that in my clinic we call boring MRIs, where you just come in, scan after scan is the same boring news that you have a really good looking brain and there's no signs of tumor growth. Having your first recurrence or even your 10th recurrence doesn't change the hope that we can get back into those boring periods. There are times, however, when that growth or how your symptoms are, that we really do need to talk about maybe pivoting what exactly we're hoping for. Sometimes we want to hope for as much time as possible, and sometimes we can pivot those hopes to more concrete goals for the future. I don't know what this is for each of you on the call. I hope that we all have very long periods of boring MRIs, but I also hope that should there be a change on your MRI, that this is giving you the comfort that you can talk to your medical team about what does this change mean and what should I hope for while we're also planning for the worst. I'll call it hope for the best and plan for the worst. Because really that's what it is. If when there's recurrence, whichever recurrence that is, the first time or the 10th time, what that recurrence really ultimately means is just that we need to change our plan a little bit. Sometimes that plan changes, meaning we need to do another MRI in a shorter period of time. Sometimes that plan does mean, okay, we need to talk about surgery again. Sometimes that plan means just a little bit more chemotherapy or a little bit more radiation. It's just a plan change. The recurrence doesn't dictate what's happening. It's really how you're feeling. And I really want you to know that this is your brain and it is okay to ask questions. This is scary stuff. If anybody's going to tell you that brain tumors are an easy journey, they haven't been through this. It's normal to ask questions, and those questions are going to change through your journey, and reach out. I can't promise we have all the answers. Unfortunately, sometimes we have just the same questions, but I think it's an important part of partnership to ask. One of those questions that's often in the back of people's minds is, what did I do? And this is where I can give you pretty concrete answers across all tumor types. You did nothing to get this brain tumor. There's nothing you did or didn't do. Brain tumors are just bad luck. And that's true from the diagnosis, and that's especially true in recurrence. There's nothing you did or did not do to cause brain tumor recurrence. There's nothing you did or did not eat that was going to make this tumor grow again. There was no supplement out there that you did or didn't take that were going to influence the tumor growth. And no matter how much exercise you did or didn't do, this is where we're at the time of recurrence. This is not your fault. This is your partnership with your medical team, because the things that we know will impact your tumor growth, we will tell you. We will tell you how to set you up for the best success, the same way you were set up at the first diagnosis and at recurrence. I think it's pretty natural to ask all of these questions and more that we talked about today. And I think it's pretty natural to need to want to hear from a couple people and to ask, hey, I just want to run my journey through another provider to say, am I on the right path, or is there something else I should consider? All of these are important steps because unfortunately, there is a lot of uncertainty around recurrence. I want to take a moment to open things up for questions as the next step. So thank you so much for your attention. And let me know if there's any questions I may be able to try to help answer.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. As a reminder, please using the Q&A button on the bottom of your screen to type and submit your questions, and we'll answer questions as time allows. So one of the first questions we have here goes back to the topic of scans. In your presentation, you had shared a few different types of scans and tests that can be performed to diagnose a reoccurrence. Why would one type of scan be chosen over another? And is information missing? Is the doctor missing information, or does the patient not get the same type of information if only one type of scan, like an MRI, is performed rather than some of the other types of scans that you discussed?
Great question, great question. Well, I think that that's a perfectly normal response to have. And the reality is that the reason why there's so many of those options is because none of them is perfect. And actually, different centers are going to have access to different types of images. So I just showed you what's available across many centers, but that doesn't mean that that's available everywhere. It's easy to think that that means then there's a piece of information I don't have. But I also shared with you that having more information sometimes just leads to more confusion. I think that's ultimately what is the right scan for you is a discussion with your medical team, because different scans do give us different information, and it goes really to what question are we asking. If I'm asking, is the tumor just stable? A pretty standard, sometimes CT is plenty. If I'm asking what the blood flow looks like, that's where the perfusion question is asked. Can you do all of the scans all of the time? It just doesn't really make sense. It's going to depend what twist and turn on that journey you're on for which is the right scan. I know that that probably feels like I didn't answer your question, and that's because I'm not exactly sure what twist you're on. But I do think it's important to talk to your medical team about what type of scan you're having and what type of information you maybe should ask for. You may talk about other scans that I didn't talk about on here. Some other sorts of alphabet soup coming your way, like SWI and GRE. And all of those are really going to be driven by what your medical team needs to know. Sorry for not being able to answer.
No, that was great. Thank you so much. And a follow-up question to kind of build on that. Are patients able to request additional scans or different types of tests and procedures if they wanted to?
Oh, that's a really great question. You may have noticed that I love questions because I think that this is a perfect way to help build trust with your medical team. And so, yes, you should always ask questions if you want to know. If you request, say, a PET scan, your medical team is probably going to explain why that would or wouldn't make sense for you at this time. So I don't think there's any harm in requesting a test. Having an expectation that all of them will be done is a little too far, but requesting is definitely open to do.
Thank you so much for that answer. Another question we have from one of our attendees is asking, what if a patient is undergoing treatment? Clinically, they seem to be worsening. They're having worsening symptoms, yet their imaging, their MRI appears to be stable. What can that mean? Does that mean that the scan is not showing something? Should additional tests be done? From your insight, what do you think that means?
Oh, great question. It can actually mean really different things. There are, especially in what we call our infiltrative tumors, things like our oligodendrogliomas and our glioblastomas, there can be tumor growth that we can't see on the MRI, but that you experience. That experience and what things are changing for you are incredibly important for your medical team to know. There's other things that your MRI is not going to show causing things to change that are temporary and reversible. The most common one is that seizures are going to make your brain have a harder time working. So many patients with brain tumors have seizures. And after a seizure, that region of the brain is sort of stunned, and it can take a while to get back to where it was working normally. There are MRI sequences we can use to try to help detect seizures, and there's EEGs and other tests we can do, but it goes back to actually the best test is time for things to get better. Another thing that's an example of where a patient can feel things are getting worse and the scan looks normal is, for example, if you get an infection. Getting an infection is very likely to cause your neurologic symptoms to worsen no matter what the neurologic injury is, not just in brain tumors, but in people who have strokes or multiple sclerosis or other brain diseases. Getting sick is going to make your brain struggle to work in that area. And the right treatment has nothing to do with your brain. It actually has everything to do with treating that infection and letting your brain get back to its usual health. So, yes, telling your team that something's changing, even if the MRI was yesterday and it looked normal, is important. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a tumor-related change.
Thank you so much. In your presentation, you had given the example of a tumor that was originally grade 1 that then reoccurred as grade 2. Is that common when a reoccurrence occurs? Will the grade be higher, or do you see them staying the same, or any other changes that may happen during a reoccurrence?
Oh, really, really good question. So what I was talking about with the grade 1 into grade 2 changes is actually the naming for them. So sometimes tumors that we previously named as grade 1, we now know are more likely to recur and so are grade 2. But I think your question is actually a really important question I didn't even get time to address, which is what we call transformation. So some tumors, every time they grow back, will be the same grade. The classic example for that is a glioblastoma. A glioblastoma, outside of if it was molecularly a different tumor from the beginning, is never going to be less than a grade 4 tumor. But there are other tumors, for example, IDH mutated astrocytomas, that at recurrence, if it was grade 2 initially, it could still be grade 2 at recurrence, but it could also be grade 3, or it could be grade 4. Those number changes really relate to how quickly the tumor grows and how aggressively we need to think about treating it. But some tumors won't change grades, some tumors may change grades, and the future, your tumor may end up having a grade change just because we're learning more in the future. Man, I'm just really reminding you that there's a lot of uncertainty here.
Thank you so much for sharing that information. Kind of along the same lines of transformation, is it likely, or how likely is it, that a tumor's pathology, biomarkers, or molecular characterization would change during a reoccurrence?
That's also a really important and great question that we're learning more about. So what we understand for some of the mutations is that they're actually never going to change. Based on what we understand right now, an oligodendroglioma, when defined by having both an IDH mutation and a 1p19q co-deletion, that's always going to be true, no matter if we're at recurrence number 15 or at the initial diagnosis. There are other types of mutations that can actually change. So we can gain new mutations that may be able to have targeted therapies directed at them. And then we can also lose some mutations that mean that the targeted therapies wouldn't make sense for this tumor anymore. This is getting really into the kind of weeds about what things to talk about with your medical team. But there are a lot of changes that can happen. And then from a diagnostic perspective, things that won't change.
Thank you so much for sharing that answer. Another question, kind of along the lines of what you had just mentioned about multiple reoccurrences. If a patient has had one reoccurrence, does that now increase the likelihood of having another reoccurrence down the road?
That's also going to depend on the tumor type. So what we know, the best data that we have right now for some tumors, like the IDH mutated gliomas, is that we know that the time between the first recurrence, or we think we know, the time between the first recurrence and the second recurrence, that time tends to be shorter for most people than the first, from the first diagnosis to the first recurrence. There are other types of tumors that at recurrence you can still be cured from, and the chance of it ever growing back from that point is still very, very low. An example of that is some of the meningiomas. So some meningiomas, when we grow back, we can have an excellent surgery and we can start back to where we have a lot of hope that it's just boring MRIs. So it's really tumor specific which way things go.
Thank you so much. One of our attendees here is asking what resources might be available for patients outside of the US who might want to get evaluated by a physician here in the US, either for a new diagnosis or a reoccurrence. Do you know of any abilities for remote consultations or how they might be able to get evaluated for their brain tumor?
That's a really great question. I only know how things work within our system, but I'm not sure about the broader system. The ABTA may have actually more information on what resources for remote consultation are available, as the world has really embraced telehealth more as a result of this pandemic. I would expect that there is more availability. I'm just not sure what that looks like. Sorry.
Dr. McGranahan, I'm going to step in here.
Thanks.
I don't know what level of resource families have, but at least in the United States, there's a company called Grand Rounds that does online second opinions from major medical centers where a family would actually send in their images and clinical reports, and then not necessarily have a video meeting, but actually would get a written report back. So there are things like this available. And again, like Dr. McGrana had said, ABTA may have resources, but actually patients within the ABTA may actually know some of these online resources.
Thank you so much. That is great. And thank you for advising our attendees to turn to the ABTA as well. We do encourage our attendees to either call our care line or email us at info@abta.org, and we'd love to provide additional information or address any questions that we might not have gotten to today. All right, so another question we have is asking about preparing for reoccurrence. When a patient is, going through their initial diagnosis, they've gone through their treatments, what information do doctors or do you as physicians usually share with patients about what their chances are for reoccurrence? Is that information that you provide ahead of time so that they can prepare?
I think that there's some information we can provide and a lot of information that we're going to have to learn together about your specific journey. So when there's information we can provide as far as what to expect, there are things like what the side effects of the next treatment would look like. And those side effects come with different percentages. It's not everybody who has every side effect, but there's some things that are more likely and less likely. I think one of the questions which you're trying to ask is the question that's the hardest for all of us, which is at recurrence, what does that mean as far as time? And that question, there's so many variables about. We can give you statistics, but these are all statistics that are like 50% of people have this much time and 60% of people have this much time. Not exact estimates for where you are. And I know that that's frustrating, and I promise it's actually frustrating for us too. I wish we could make things more absolute. But I think that asking those questions and getting the estimates for you is a big part of learning what we do and what we don't know. I don't know if that actually answered the question or not.
I think it does. Thank you so much for sharing that. Another question we have here is asking, we're talking about reoccurrence, but how likely is it for a patient to be diagnosed with a different brain tumor after they've had another brain tumor already?
I'd like to say it's not likely, but actually I have many people who at the very first diagnosis are actually diagnosed with 2 brain tumors at once. So I have many people who have both a meningioma and another type of a brain tumor. The likelihood, I'm going to talk a little bit about meningiomas specifically because those are pretty common. Meningiomas are one of what we can call a radiation-associated malignancy. And so for after radiation, many, many years later, we can develop meningiomas from that. And so that's a good example of where you can have one brain tumor to start with, and you may develop a second brain tumor sometime in the future. It's pretty rare that that actually happens, but it is a possibility. Oftentimes when people are talking about developing a different brain tumor, they're not talking about radiation associated or other sorts of treatment associated secondary malignancies. What that means is it's a cancer that came from, or more likely came from the treatment. They're talking about where we used to be with our understanding of brain tumors. So it used to be this idea that patients could be first diagnosed with one type of tumor, for example, an oligodendroglioma, and then it was thought that it could transform into a glioblastoma or become a different type of tumor. As we've learned more about the DNA changes in tumor, we now know that at least for those tumors, that's not the case, that it doesn't kind of switch to become a different type of tumor, that it will still be an oligodendroglioma when we look at the DNA changes in that. I'm not sure if either of those were the questions, but there's a little bit of a crash course in both concepts.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for just one last question. During your presentation, you talked about the importance of follow-up scans to determine a reoccurrence. When would a biopsy be indicated when a reoccurrence happens?
Well, I have to admit I guess this could be a separate disclosure. I pride myself on trying to make sure people have as little brain surgery as possible. So that's part of where those advanced imaging oftentimes are to help make us get as much information to spare a biopsy. But it is sometimes that we have to go back to surgery, whether it's a biopsy or a resection, to be able to get something we can look at under the microscope or test for DNA changes to tell. So it's hard to say how often a biopsy is necessary, but that's part of where I prefer to use the advanced imaging, but different people have different preferences, and we just don't have absolutely what the best strategy is for it.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation and these answers. That is all the time that we have for questions for today. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back to Emily, and we'll move forward with the rest of the program.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. McGranahan, for sharing with us ways to cope with uncertainty. You presented on such a difficult topic with such a calming demeanor, and I know that the information presented really was impactful to those listening. We will now have a short break and resume the program shortly for our next session on so many care options, which one is for me? We'll be back in a few moments. Hello, welcome back. I hope each of you took a moment for a quick break. I'm going to welcome back our chair, Dr. Nagpal, to introduce our next session.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. The next session is titled So Many Care Options, Which One is for Me? So the next step after learning about brain tumor recurrence can look really different, as Dr. McGranahan said, for every single patient and every family. So having a follow-up care plan can provide patients with a better sense of control and mission. And in this session, you're going to learn what options are available to you and how to choose which of those care options is the best for you. Our speaker, Rashna Malani, is a neuro-oncologist at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. She also takes care of patients who have brain tumors that started inside of the brain and brain tumors that come from other parts of the body. She also happens to be an avid photographer and enjoys using different Polaroid formats to photograph her city, New York. Joining Dr. Malani is a patient, Chris Ferry, who is generously donating his time to talk with us today. He was diagnosed with a glioblastoma in 2016 and experienced recurrence in 2021. Both Dr. Malani and Chris will share his experience navigating recurrence, which will then be followed by Dr. Malani's presentation on what options might be available for patients with recurrence. So welcome to both of you. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Hi, Chris. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing with all of us your experiences. I'd like to start off by asking you just a few questions about sort of in the beginning about how the tumor was diagnosed, if that's okay with you. Do you mind sharing with us briefly a little bit about that initial diagnosis and how it came about?
Of course. It was very much a whirlwind in September of 2016. I had experienced personality changes and I started getting sick quite often. And then I ended up in the emergency room on a late Saturday night into early Sunday morning. They did a scan, found the tumor in my brain, and I was scheduled for a 8 a.m. on Monday surgery. So I had very little time to actually process what was going on. And it all happened so quickly. I had no idea what a brain tumor even was when I had started this journey. And then 5 years later, they noticed some changes and we did a surgery and it went very well. But it was far easier the second time. For me personally, it was far easier the second time because it was so much smaller, and I take care of myself. I'm very healthy. So I was back out the next day.
Wow, that's incredible. If it's okay with you, do you mind if we just go over a little bit about back in the beginning about,
Yeah, of course.
How was it that you went about establishing your relationship with your treatment team?
The first person that I ended up meeting was the surgeon who did my resection surgery. He came in and he was very nice. He talked to me that night. And then they had set up a treatment team for me. I went back a couple weeks later to get my staples out and finally meet with the team. And by then the pathology had come back. So my doctor, she is amazing. And I sat down with her and the radiation oncologist, and they broke down what my two options were, where I could do the standard of care treatment, which is your radiation plus temozolomide, or I had qualified for a clinical trial for an immunotherapy drug combined with radiation treatment. And my doctor went over the pros and cons of both. She recommended that I do the clinical trial because the standard of care wouldn't go away. That's always still an option. And I wanted to participate in this trial because she had a lot of faith in it, and they were actively enrolling at the hospital. So I took that, that path of treatment, and I did so well on it. I was able to stay on it for 3 more years for maintenance infusions once a month. And over that period of time, I got to know my doctors so well. They're always open with me. I'm open with them. We know each other very well, more than just like a doctor-patient relationship. We know each other's asking how the other people in our lives are doing. And so they know about my family. I know about theirs. And we've just developed this great friendship. And that goes for everybody at the hospital that I see. The nurses, they all know me. The phlebotomists know me. And I've developed this relationship, especially with my doctor and the PA, where I will trust whatever they recommend is what I will go with, because they've steered me right the past 5 years.
Wow, that's so beautiful to hear. I imagine that kind of relationship potentially took some time to build too. Is that true, or was it sort of more instantaneously for you?
One of the first things that she said to me was, we're on a first name basis here. So none of she's like, just call me Deb. That's fine. So it was very much like we're going to be on this. It doesn't have to be like call you doctor all the time. She's like, just Deb is fine. Just go with that. And from then on, I knew that I can just reach out to her, which I still can at any time. I can reach out to her even on the weekends. If anything comes up, I can send her a message. But it did take a year or so just building up and taking the time to get to know each other over the course of seeing all these doctors, multiple times per month for a year, doing the radiation. But it's been great the past 4 years.
That's wonderful. Early on, did your team ever discuss with you about the potential for recurrent disease, or was that maybe a conversation that didn't happen early on?
It was, and based off of my own research after my diagnosis, that really is it's a form of therapy for me, is learning. So I just dove straight in. I wanted to learn as much as possible. And I did speak to my doctor about that. And that's why we continue to do the MRIs every 2 months. And, when it came back, we noticed it in January of 2021. There were 2 small little dots in the resection area. They had changed a little bit. And then 2 months later, for the March scan, they had grown and moved a little bit. So they were like, all right, we'll give it one more scan because I felt fine. And then we'll see how it is in May. They had grown a little bit more. So my doctor was very much, we would like to get in because we're not totally sure this is tumor. As in the previous presentation, it can be difficult to distinguish treatment changes from tumor recurrence. And the options were we could wait, or we can jump in right now. We can do this surgery within 3 weeks for you. And best case scenario, it was just tumor or just treatment related changes. But if it is a tumor, we'll get it out anyways. And then you can start the standard of care minus radiation. So I could do the temozolomide.
I see. When you first heard about the recurrence or like the potential of the change on the MRI, would you mind talking to a little bit about your experience with how you were feeling during those visits? What sort of, thoughts went through your mind, the emotions associated with hearing about the potential of change?
Of course. Obviously, it was a little bit nerve wracking thinking, okay, this tumor has come back. Mentally and physically, I felt completely fine because they were still so small compared to the large mass that was in my brain previously. I think one of the better things that I've done since my diagnosis was I have a great therapist. I see her every 2 weeks. Now we do it via via meetings once everything happened. But she is one of the best things that I have ever done was hooking up with finding a good therapist, because you might have to try a couple and find that one that works for you. It's okay if you have to shop around for the one that meets with you, that fits you. But I found her and I see her every 2 weeks, and I can always discuss how I'm feeling with her, and she keeps me very grounded. And I'm able to process things in my own way. I try and remain calm. And in addition, I'm also a big fan of like gardening. So just being outside and just working on something. And it keeps me very grounded and calm. And it really helps that it was like springtime. So I was getting started on all of my gardening things.
Yeah.
And it's having like those hobbies that really keeps me grounded, and just being outside. And like you, I love photography as well. So I go out and snap shots around the city.
Oh, that's awesome.
But I knew that it was going to be the same surgeon that would be doing my surgery. That was a big relief, because he was very, very friendly. And he came in to see me that same night that I had my recurrence surgery, and I was doing great. He's like, "I'll get the paperwork ready. You can be out tomorrow."
Having that familiarity with things happening the second time around with your care team, did you find that to be quite helpful, being able to have the same team that you've had previously?
100%. I'm sure that at the hospital there are dozens of other people that would be just as good, but the personal connection that I've made with my team, being my doctor, the PA, even, and the neurosurgeon, I send him a card every single year thanking him for for what he did for me. But it makes a huge difference because they all know my particular case. And speaking of, when they went to the tumor board to discuss my, the recurrence, my doctor was speaking for me, because all of these other doctors were saying, well, we can do X, Y, and Z. We have all of these other options. But my doctor was, no, this person, he knows what's going on. He hasn't done the chemo yet, so we can start him on that. And that's what he would prefer. So she was my proxy person that stood up for let's do the resection, let's do the chemo, and we can go from there. And that's where I am today.
That's wonderful. If it's okay with you, do you mind if we go back in time a little bit too?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, no, not at all, please. I was just thinking a little bit about what you mentioned about how you found, like having a therapist to be helpful and like the gardening and photography. Along those lines, in terms of coping with the time in between being diagnosed with the recurrence and the initial disease and having those regular MRIs, were there things that you found that were helpful to deal with that sort of scanxiety that can occur?
I always have a routine. That's the big thing for me. So I always have my MRIs are always on a Wednesday, and then I meet with my doctor on Friday for the results. So I have this routine where I go to the imaging center and then I treat myself afterwards to some fresh fruits and vegetables, and I buy I splurge for myself. So I kind of have something to look forward to after the scan before I come back home. So I think that plays a huge part, is just having some sort of routine or something to reward yourself for afterwards. So you have something to look forward to after you get your scan. That's basically what I've been doing for 5 years.
That's such a helpful tip. Having gone through this experience, is there, looking back, anything that you wish that could have unfolded in a different way, or a conversation that could have happened differently that would have helped you?
I don't think so. I think everything that's happened has happened for a reason, essentially. Everything has gone fairly well. And I think that's part of it, going back to having this relationship with my team, that I can trust my life in their hands and I know that they will take care of me.
That's so beautiful. Along with your team, are there any other resources that you've personally found to be helpful, or programs that you've been able to utilize that have helped you during this time?
Beyond the ABTA mentor program, which is amazing because I have met some great people through that program. I'm also part of we have a separate brain cancer Discord server, which is a great community that we all chat on and is full of patients and caregivers. There's also the forums, the Connect forum, which is also the ABTA forum. I'm also on there. And I don't go on the subreddit very often, but there is a brain cancer subreddit, but I think it's having a great community.
That's wonderful. I think that'll be immensely helpful to hopefully a lot of the participants in the conference today, to know that there are a lot of resources to access, and that you really aren't alone in this journey.
Oh, yeah, I completely
Is
agree.
there, sorry, I apologize.
No.
And I was just going to say, is there any advice that you would give to others should they experience a recurrence?
Don't panic. There are a lot of unknowns, obviously, as we had seen in the previous presentation. There are a lot of unknowns. And what I say is, statistics are just statistics. We're in the middle of a brain cancer treatment revolution. So we're looking at statistics from 20 years ago that don't reflect the treatment options for today in 2022. Temozolomide was only introduced 16 years ago. We have so many new options and research, clinical trials that are on the way. There are so many more options than there were just surgery, radiation, and chemo, and that's it.
Thank you so much for that hopeful message too, Chris. Thank you. And thank you so much.
Statistics are just that.
It's so true. It's so true. And really, thank you so much for sharing this, your personal experience with navigating. Yeah, I sincerely appreciate the time and the openness. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thank you all for tuning in as well.
Well, if it's okay with with everyone. I was hoping to now share with you a little bit about what options are available and hopefully provide you with a little bit of framework as to how to choose which option may be best. So this talk is a little bit broad as it's applicable to many different types of brain tumors, but I do hope that you can come away with it with some sort of frame of reference that may be able to help navigate during this time. So just to begin with, I have no disclosures to share. My hope was to provide you with a few sort of like take home messages that I felt were important, and then really then started to delve into an overview of potential treatment strategies, which are quite broad, ranging from surgery to various types of chemotherapies and other sort of modalities that we can potentially use in the treatment of recurrent disease. So my first take-home message is that the next steps after recurrence look different for each person. What may be true for someone else may not be applicable for you during this journey. And that's in part because there really is no standard of care for recurrent disease. There's no clear algorithm or procedure that is set forth for anyone. And so it really is about trying to figure out what fits best for you and what is the most appropriate option for you. Just to like give you a little snapshot of what that can look like, I wanted to share this slide. I know it's incredibly busy, but the reason I wanted to share it with you is because this is actually the guidelines that are set forth from the National Comprehensive Cancer Network that treatment providers look at. And this is a snapshot for recurrent disease for higher grade gliomas such as glioblastoma. And this area that I've circled here really is to show you that treatment options are exceptionally broad. So there really are a lot of different options that are possible. And again, it's about tailoring what is right for you ultimately. And the second message that I hope that you can leave today with is that you are not alone. As Chris alluded, as Chris referenced during our talk just a little bit ago, ultimately during this process, there's a whole team that's going to be behind you to help make sure that not only are the right choices being made, but that you are taken care of in all aspects. And the onus of all of the pressure and the decision should not just fall on you. It really is a team that needs to be able to be there in place to help you navigate during this time. So how do we deal with recurrent disease? Before I delve into that a little bit more, I wanted to share with you this story. So this is what's called the Stanford Jam experiment. So there was a group of psychologists who were at Stanford who published a study in 2000 where they looked at essentially looking at like a jam store, if you will. So one day, shoppers at an upscale food market saw a display with 24 varieties of gourmet jam. Those who sampled the spreads received a coupon for $1 off of any jam. On another day, the shoppers then saw the same table, except that it only had 6 varieties of jam on display. What they found was that the large one, by and large, attracted much more interest than the smaller display. But when the time came to actually purchase, people who saw the large display were about 1/10 as likely to buy as people who saw the smaller display. So ultimately, the smaller display of jams was more successful. So you might be wondering, why does this story matter? Why am I sharing it with you? And the reason that I wanted to share it with you is because I think just like that table where there was 24 varieties of jam, sometimes approaching treatment to recurrence for a brain tumor can feel exceptionally overwhelming. There are so many different ways to approach recurrent disease, making what is already a really stressful time even more stressful. Sometimes it can feel almost like a long menu of options, and it's really hard to know what is the right option for you. Some things that you may be potentially thinking about are, how do I make the right decision for me? How is my oncologist going to approach this? How do I know that I am making the right decision for myself and my family? What are all the options that are out there? And it's an extremely overwhelming time where so many different things are running through your mind. But I would like to say that at the end of the day, you do have a team in place who knows you, who can hopefully help you make the right decision. And that team consists of so many different types of people. So for example, you have your oncologist as part of that team. You also have a nurse or a nurse practitioner or a physician assistant who also might be a part of that team. There's also the neurosurgeon who is involved. There may also be a radiation oncologist who's involved in your care too. And of course, we have our pharmacists as well who help us. And then supportive care teams and palliative care experts who also could be involved. Sometimes a social worker as well. And then ultimately your support network and whoever and however that looks. So really in this process, there's a huge team of people to be able to be there to support you. So how do we navigate all of this? The first step that I think is important is thinking about creating your own priorities. So before you even get into the conversation about treatment X and option Y and clinical trial Z, I think it's important to take a moment to be able to decide upon what are some of the things that are really important to you. What are your priorities? And that is such an individual thing and will differ broadly amongst people. And I think some of the questions that we need to be able to ask ourselves are things like, how comfortable am I with the idea of using something experimental? For example, like a clinical trial may involve a really experimental strategy. And am I okay with the idea of using something that doesn't have a lot of data behind it? Is there a level of invasiveness that's okay by me? So for example, would I want to have surgery, or is that an absolute no-go for me personally? Beyond the question of is it feasible or not, but just in general, is that something I'm okay with? What do I think about more radiation? Is that something that's a viable treatment option for me? How okay am I with frequent visits and testing and traveling? So for example, clinical trials may involve, large amounts of travel and lots of invasive testing and visits. Is that something that's okay with me? Or do I maybe not want that? And again, I think this is a time where it's really important to take stock of what matters to you. And then you can work with your physician to come up with the right plan as to what is appropriate for you based on your own priorities. And I can't emphasize enough how different this is for different people. And there is no right and there is no wrong, because it's ultimately about you and what's okay for you. So the first step that I think we meet on our journey through navigating recurrence is the first stop where we have to ask ourselves, do I want more treatment in any form or not? Some people, when diagnosed with recurrent disease, don't want to go through more and perhaps want to focus more so on symptomatic care. So for example, working more so with supportive and palliative care. And I think having that moment to be able to think about whether or not you would want to proceed with additional tumor-directed therapy is important. I think it's also important to recognize that none of these are hard stops. So just because at that moment in time, you don't want necessarily more therapy, you can always reverse that decision. So for example, things like hospice are actually reversible as well. So if you change your mind later, that's okay too. You're definitely allowed to have a change of heart, and that can go in both directions, you know? After that first stop, in my framework, I tend to think about surgery. So is a second surgery feasible even? So does my surgeon think that it's a possibility? And then if it is, do I want more surgery? And does that make sense for me right now? And that's some of the conversations that I think are important to have with your oncologist and neurosurgeon as well at this moment in time. The third stop, if you will, is clinical trials. So is a clinical trial right for me? Would I want to go on to a clinical trial? I know that this is going to be discussed more in depth later on today. So I'm just going to briefly mention this this option. You know, clinical trials come in different phases, and each of those phases also do mean very different things. So a phase 1 clinical trial, for example, is very different than a phase 3. But what is common amongst all clinical trials is an intense amount of regulation. And that intense amount of regulation typically involves a lot more testing than is associated with more standard therapies, for example. And then the question becomes also like, is my institution have a clinical trial that I want to pursue, or would I maybe be open to the idea of relocating my whole life for a period of time to go to another institution for a clinical trial? And that's okay too. And you can work on that with your oncologist and your care team to be able to decide, you know, even with the clinical trials, what option is best for you. And then we get to the fourth stop. This is where I like to think about the more standard options that are available, which again encompass a very wide breadth of options. So here we have things like chemotherapies, which can be oral or intravenous. Sometimes we also utilize non-standard chemotherapies and treatments on what we call a compassionate use basis, where we get the drug perhaps from the manufacturer. There can be certain procedures or modalities that are utilized, such as laser interstitial thermal ablation therapy, which we'll talk a little bit about later. Also radiation. And sometimes we actually combine these modalities. And ultimately, it again depends on the individual patient. So sometimes we can do repeat radiation with a chemotherapy, but perhaps that's not right for you. So it's a little bit about thinking about even combining if that's something you would want. So sort of expanding on that fourth step, I thought we could talk a little bit about some of these potential procedures. So the first one that I'd like to talk about is laser interstitial thermal therapy, so LIT. This is an emerging technique that's used to treat primary brain tumors such as gliomas and meningiomas, as well as metastatic brain tumors that can be hard to reach with conventional surgery. Here, LIT is performed by implanting a laser catheter into the tumor, heating it to a temperature that's high enough to kill the tumor. It's implanted using advanced imaging modalities in the operating room, so typically under the guidance of an MRI, for example. This allows neurosurgeons to limit how much thermal energy is delivered so that it only goes to the tumor and not the surrounding brain tissue around it. Most patients actually can go home typically within, you know, a day or so after the treatment. And it's far more minimally invasive than traditional surgical techniques. Another option that might be available to you is the concept of locally delivered radiation therapy. So here, the idea is that a patient who is appropriate for a resection of a tumor can sometimes have these little radiation embedded wafers placed within the resection cavity. And this may be appropriate for certain types of tumors, such as meningiomas or brain metastases as well. But it's being used in trials to understand its potential extra uses as well. The idea is that this would then provide local radiation, which is constantly delivered, with most patients getting about 100% of the dose nearing the 6-week mark. Outside of that, there are many other options as well that we can think about. Some of those options include tumor treating fields and radiation. So tumor treating fields are actually mild electrical fields that pulse through the skin of the scalp and interrupt the cancer cell's ability to divide. This field of interruption can slow down a tumor's growth and its ability to spread. In 2011, the FDA did approve tumor treating fields devices for the treatment of certain tumors, in particular glioblastoma. In one study, patients who had recurrent glioblastoma who underwent tumor treating fields treatment saw improvement in survival compared to that of a second round of chemotherapy. The advantage is that these tumor treating fields therapies don't cause some of the more traditional side effects of like chemotherapy, such as nausea, fatigue, diarrhea, because it is such a different mechanism. It's a portable device that may help treat the cancer while you're continuing to do your normal activities. These therapies use these small transducers that are attached to the head with adhesive bandages. So you do have to like shave your head on a constant basis to use these devices. Those transducers are then connected to wires, which are plugged into a battery that is about the size of a book. And that can fit into a bag or use as a backpack as well. The therapy is continuous, so it does require the user to use it for extended periods of time, typically 18 to 20 hours of a day, taking short breaks, for example, to shower or to relax a little bit. So it is quite intensive on the patient. So they work on these rapidly dividing cells of cancerous tumors without affecting normal cells. The fields act upon highly charged proteins within the cells. These proteins are essential to the process of cell division, which is what helps tumors grow and spread. When a cancer cell is ready to create a copy of itself, these proteins form chains that pull apart the copies of the genetic material in order to help the cancer cells divide. However, the idea behind tumor treating fields is that they sort of disrupt that process. And in doing so, what would have become multiple cancer cells, those cells didn't just die. And over the course of weeks and months, the idea would be that more and more cells continue to die that are cancerous in origin. What's also emerging increasingly as an additional treatment modality is radiation, in particular repeat radiation. So just as in the beginning of the diagnosis, you may have undergone radiation already, we're now able to introduce repeat radiation in certain instances. This, of course, varies very much so by tumor type, location, and timing of the recurrence, but it certainly can be considered. It is typically a shorter course than the initial radiation, and there are actually many different types of radiation. So for example, there are questions about what exact type of radiation is best. So most radiation that we do is what we call photon-based therapy. However, there is an interest in proton-based therapies as well, which can potentially spare more brain tissue. However, this could also lead to potential undertreatment depending on the type of tumor that you have. So in conversation with your oncologist and radiation oncologist, this may be an avenue that can be considered. I think now we could maybe shift to some of the more standard therapies that we can potentially utilize. So here we can consider things like chemotherapy. Some of the chemotherapies that we can think about when it comes to the treatment of brain tumors includes drugs such as carmustine, lomustine, carboplatin, irinotecan, and temozolomide. Those are just some examples. Chemotherapy is the use of drugs to kill cancer cells. It works by keeping the cancer cells from growing, dividing, and making more cells. Since cancer cells typically grow and divide at faster rates than normal cells, chemotherapy generally has more of an effect on cancer cells. Another therapy that sometimes gets lumped under chemotherapy, though it's actually very different, is a drug called bevacizumab or Avastin. This is actually a tumor-starving therapy. This drug is designed to block a protein called vascular endothelial growth factor, or VEGF. Normal cells do make VEGF, but actually some cancer cells, in particular glioblastoma, for example, makes too much VEGF. By blocking it, we can hopefully prevent the growth of new blood vessels, and in that sense, starve the tumor. Unlike chemotherapy, which is just sort of broadly more attacking cancer cells, Avastin blocks this specific protein, and in doing so, it blocks the blood supply that feeds the tumor. This can be helpful, in particular, for quality of life, as it does tend to reduce some of that swelling that occurs around tumors. Other avenues that could potentially be considered are what we call off-label therapies. So, for example, drugs such as immunotherapies, which are not approved for the use of brain tumors, can sometimes be used in an off-label approach. And this involves, a conversation with your oncologist to see if this is an appropriate option for you. Immunotherapies are actually it's a very broad term that encompasses many different types of therapy. So, for example, vaccines are a type of immunotherapy, as are drugs such as pembrolizumab or nivolumab, which you may have heard of in the treatment of lung cancer and melanoma. Like I said, they're not approved for brain tumors, but potentially these can be used. They work by unlocking different parts of the immune system and sort of ramping up the body's own response to try and kill those cancer cells. I know that this was a lot to cover in the last sort of 20 or 30 minutes or so, but I hope that I provided you an idea of what potential options at the time of recurrence can look at. Going back to that second message that I had mentioned earlier in the talk, I think that there's so many different paths that you can go down. What I think is most important to remember, though, ultimately, is that you really are not alone. You have a team of people who are there to help you navigate what choice is right for you. You have to always remember that there isn't a standard next step or an algorithm that we can apply. Whatever jam, if you will, or treatment plan that you pick is the right one for you. Sometimes we have to kind of block all that noise and not focus on what patient X got and what happened with them. That patient's tumor could be totally different. The genetics of that tumor could be totally different. It's important to recognize that, you're not that person, but more importantly, that there are so many variations amongst tumors. As long as you feel comfortable with the plan and your team, nothing else matters. Ultimately, all that matters is that you do what is best for yourself. The decision you and your team make will not necessarily be what another patient does. And it doesn't really matter what someone else might be doing, but that you are doing what is appropriate for you. Thank you so much for letting me talk to you and share this presentation with you.
Rashna, thank you so much for that. That was wonderful.
Thank you so much. We do have time for questions. As a reminder, please type and submit your questions in the Q&A button on the bottom of your screen, and we'll answer questions as time allows. I'd also like to invite Chris to come back on to engage in our Q&A with our audience. All right, so one of the first questions we have, Dr. Milani, you had talked about making the decision of what is best for you, and you shared some different options that are available. What questions should patients be asking to their providers to determine what is the right path for them, whether that be continuing treatment or going towards supportive or palliative care instead?
That's a great question. I'm going to do my best to try and answer it. I think that, some of the questions that are important to think about first are just on that personal level, right? So like, what am I okay with? What is important to me? You know, especially since you've gone through a first phase of treatment, for some people, that first phase may have been just a really bad experience. And they're like, I don't want to go through that again. And that's okay. And so maybe when it comes to this branch point, you think that my quality of life matters more to me in the sense that, I know what chemotherapy and radiation did to me the first time. I'd rather not revisit that. Or it may be the flip side, that you had no problems with chemotherapy and radiation, and you may be more open to different types of treatment modalities that are good for you. I think it also depends a little bit on your personality. Some patients want to really do a lot of research and read through publications, and will come with a stack of articles and be like, can we walk through each one of these and you tell me the pros and cons of each options? And some patients don't want to do that. They don't want to know. So I think it's about knowing your personality, what fits best for you, and knowing that you can have that very open conversation with your oncologist. I think one thing that some patients may get scared about is like, is it okay if I talk to my oncologist about a clinical trial that's not here at my home institution? And I hope that everyone knows that it's okay. This is such a small knit community at the end of the day, where everyone just has the same common goal, which is how do we treat brain tumors? Our goal is really to get you the best care. And if, someone else has an option that you like more, then that's totally fine. Everyone can work together in this community. And I think that's an important thing to remember as you advocate for yourself during this journey.
Thank you so much. Chris, I want to ask you a follow-up question to that. When you learned about your reoccurrence, what were some questions that you thought were important to ask for your care team? Or what are some factors that you considered when deciding what route to go towards for yourself?
Well, when I met with my doctor after my surgery for my potential treatment options, like she had mentioned, I'm a big fan of like peer-reviewed research and having evidence to support what I want to do with my treatment. I only did 6 cycles of temozolomide because there was a recently published study showing no statistical significance between 6 and 12 cycles. And then I also had another peer-reviewed article showing the benefits of taking Temodar in the morning as opposed to the evening. And it's a better effectiveness if you take it during the day as opposed to the evening. So she completely supported my decisions to do both of those. And speaking of like a potential future recurrence, she has already lined up a couple options for the future in case this, or likely will recur. She already has the next couple steps already lined up. She said, you don't have to think about it, but it's my job to make sure that I have the next steps planned ahead.
That is great. You have such a wonderful relationship with your physician. And that's another question that we have is, what helped you to build that strong relationship with your oncologist or your doctor? And what advice can you provide for patients who are trying to form that relationship as well?
I'm just a very outgoing person. I just have always been that way. And once I got into the hospital system with meeting my team, they were very personable as well. Some doctors don't have a very good bedside manner, but all of mine do. And I was able to make that connection with them. It took about, months over to a year. But I'm not really sure. I think it's just my personality is very outgoing, and I like to chat with people. And I think that definitely plays a big role in it because I like to ask questions and I want to know like what the next steps are and where we're going to go. But they're always very open with me. And it was just a relationship that just naturally formed. And it goes, like I had mentioned earlier, it goes to everybody else in the hospital. Like I used to be terrified of needles, but now I have the same couple of phlebotomists that always do it, and it never hurts. I'm so used to it by now. And it's just because I'm so much more comfortable with them. I'm not going in tensed up and afraid of what's going to happen. I've just built this relationship where I just go in and I chat with them. We can do our neuro exam and everything's fine. But I think a lot of it is just my personality. I'm just very outgoing as a person, and I love talking. So I think that I always try and bring an air of positivity to me when I go into the waiting room. Everybody knows when I arrive because I'm kind of just loud. I always say hi to everybody, and I want to send some positive vibes because nobody wants to be there, really. Nobody wants to be in the waiting room with the cancer area. So I always come in and I like to smile and just be extra friendly with everybody and just try and bring a smile to everybody else's face. That's really what it is for me.
So Chris, thank you for that and sharing.
Sorry.
What I wanted to just, I'm barging in here on Brain, so I apologize. But what I wanted to share is that the more you as a patient share with your care team, with me, with Dr. Malini, the better we know you, the better we can guide you through that decision-making. I know patients who have shared their intense fears of having surgery ever again, like just don't want to do it ever, because it was such a bad experience the first time. And I respect that. And like your doctor, I would advocate for that patient at Tumor Board to say, like, look, he really just, it was so hard. Can we try something else first before we bring this up? So the more that you share, the better your doctors and your team can help guide you for the next steps. So I think what you're doing is really important, Chris. That's probably why you're getting that sense of good connection and feeling very supported.
Thank you so much for adding that, Dr. Nagpal. I think that is such an important part of building that relationship. Chris, did you want to add something?
Oh, all I was going to say is that I would never, and I know my doctor feels the same way, I would never look at anybody different or judge anybody different based off of what they choose to do or what they choose not to do with their treatment, because we are all different. Every tumor is different. And I think that we have to respect what everybody's decision is, whatever it might be.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much, Chris and Dr. Nagpal, for sharing your input on that very important aspect of making decisions and playing an active role in your care. Another question we have is, Dr. Malani, you shared some wonderful treatment options that are available for patients going through a reoccurrence. What can patients do if the treatment option that they're interested in isn't available at their current treatment center?
Yeah, that's a great question and a tough one. I think that working with your care team to decide, is that other modality something that makes sense is one of the questions we have to ask ourselves. And then let's say it is, and it's something that you really want to do. Is it feasible for your life? So for example, if you live in New York and this option is only available in Texas, depending on your life situation, is it something that you would want to move to Texas for, your family? There's a lot to consider. So I think, taking all of those personal things into consideration, if it does make sense, then working with your oncologist and the oncologist there is certainly feasible and doable. Like I said, I think that the big thing to remember in this community is that everyone is willing to work with one another. You can work with another at another institution and still have your own doctor ultimately, right? As long as you're open to communicate with both teams and both hospitals. So if it's something you would like to do and makes sense for you, and your team is says your oncologist and your whole team is like, yes, this is a great idea, then it's certainly something that can happen and be done.
I was on mute. Thank you so much for sharing that. Another question we have here is asking, for patients who've kind of already been through the gambit, they've gone through heavy treatment with their initial diagnosis, they've been through standard of care, they've been through many of the options that you've talked about. When a reoccurrence then occurs, how do you determine what is the right option for them? What is still available for them to try?
Ultimately, I think it has to get tailored to you. So even being heavily treated before doesn't mean that you can't necessarily see more treatment if that's something in line with your goals. It just depends on certain factors. So, are there clinical trials that are open that don't limit number of recurrences that you would want to maybe go on? So that could still be an avenue for you. Perhaps, exploring some of those combination techniques of like maybe radiation with another form of off-label therapy. Does that fit for you? So I think, again, just going back to what Dr. Najbal said earlier, having that open communication with your oncologist so that they know where your head is at too, can help your oncologist give you the options that would potentially be realistic and doable for you.
Thank you so much. Another question for you, Chris. You had talked about the importance of a therapist, and thank you so much for bringing that up. I think that's something we often overlook and is so important. And you talked about kind of shopping around and finding the right one. What advice can you share with our audience for how to find the right therapist? What are factors that are important when you're trying to find a therapist that fits your needs?
I started my search on Psychology Today. They have a search function where you can search based off of specific needs, i.e. cancer related, or there's couples counseling, any other kind, but you can break it down there. You can also break down by which therapists accept your insurance. And then you can break it down based off of location. I had tried 2 previously that were okay, and I didn't feel like any the connection with them. But once I got started with the one that I've had for over 4 years now, I found her on Psychology Today, and it's been great. She knew, like, as soon as I started talking to her, she knew how to ask me and approach me, and with the correct questions to kind of tease the information out of how I was feeling, more so than the other doctors did. But I started on Psychology Today and their search function. And if anybody was interested there, like for the clinical trials, there's clinicaltrials.gov. You can always search for clinical trials in your area as well.
Thank you so much for sharing both of those very important resources. I think we have time for one last question. And this question is around second opinions. I know this can be a topic in itself, but can you maybe just give an overview of the second opinion process, how a patient can go about this, and how they can weigh those different opinions when making their decision?
Yeah, absolutely. So, second opinions can be obtained at various institutions. So I think one question to ask yourself is, depending on where you live, where is another institution that I could potentially talk to? And again, this is something your oncologist can help you with. There should be no stigma with wanting to advocate for yourself. So you should be able to have those conversations with your doctor, and it should never be taken personally. First question is just, what are the other institutions in my area that I could potentially go? Depending on where you live, this will be very different. And I think the most important thing also to remember is just to not delay. So you want to get in there quickly. If there's a 2-week wait, it may not necessarily be worth it, because we also don't want to delay your care early on. So most institutions can typically sort of get you in faster they know it's for a recurrent brain tumor. And then meeting with that team, seeing what they have to offer you. And then again, I think having that relationship with your oncologist is key. So then going back to them and discussing with them, well, hey, institution X is providing me with this clinical trial. I know you and I talked about this. What do you think? How do we decide what is the right option for me? And I think sort of weighing the pros and cons and having that conversation together will allow you to be able to make the most informed decision.
Thank you so much. Chris, did you reach out for a second opinion when you went through your recurrence? Was that something that was important to you?
I did not get a second opinion solely because we had been following it for a few months over the course of a few scans. And even there, they weren't 100% sure, like had been mentioned. You can't really tell completely if it's a tumor or if it was treatment-related changes. But I figured they were correct every other time. So let's just get this in. I was in. I had no thoughts of going to get a second opinion because I've been with them for 5 years now.
Great. Unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for questions for this session. Thank you all so much for your input, and thank you, Chris, for taking the time to share your story with us. I'll go ahead and turn it back to Emily.
Yes, thank you so much. I echo what Brain just said. Dr. Milani and Chris, this was truly a wonderful session, and I really appreciate you, Dr. Milani, sharing your insight, and you, Chris, for sharing your personal experience navigating a brain tumor recurrence. For those of you who need to take a break, please take this opportunity to stand up, stretch your legs, use the restroom, maybe grab a snack or a beverage at this time. We invite the rest of you to stay on to hear from our sponsors who will share about what resources they offer to patients. And we will resume the program in about 15 minutes for our Brain Tumor Board. We will see you back here shortly. Thank you so much.
One of the best things about Optune is I can get my treatment at home. I don't have to go into a hospital for any other kind of treatment.
During these challenging times, Optune is a treatment that patients can use in the safety of their own home.
Daryl's treatment for GBM continues, but it looks a little bit different these days, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So Daryl gets his MRI done, of course, in-house with all the precautions that hospitals are taking, but everything else has been telehealth. So he's met with his whole medical team now just virtually. But the one part that his treatment that continues unchanged is his use of Optune.
With Optune, I do all of my treatment at home. I have telehealth meetings with my doctors. So the only time I really have to go to the hospital is for my MRIs.
We continue to get our supplies. We continue to upload our data and switch out units just as we always have. So that Optune is something we've been able to continue at home, unchanged.
We'll have all of the supplies that they need delivered directly to their home. And the device support specialist can also help support the patients either in person or virtually.
We live in a very rural area, and you can almost count on one hand or maybe two how many radiation therapy centers there are. There are not very many. So I think for us, it's been really helpful being in a rural environment that we don't have to worry so much about when or where these people are going to go for their radiation.
This gives them an opportunity to get their radiation kind of in a one-stop kind of fashion versus multiple appointments and trips to Greenville.
One of the things I was really excited about initially with GammaTile, because it's brachytherapy, it's actual radioactive sources delivered to the surgical cavity, it's inside out.
GammaTile is different from traditional radiation because you don't have to come in day after day for repeated treatments. It's also delivered directly at the time of surgery.
In the patients who have gamma tile, the surgery process is not really much different. You put the tiles in, the radiation starts immediately, and they don't come back and forth like we're used to for their conventional radiation. And many of them had 30, 35, 40 treatments. They don't have to do that.
This is something that I can hold in my hand and say, this is how it's delivered. You know, the radiation beams are inside the tile and they're physically implanted at the time of surgery.
Having an actual radioactive source, the dose fall off is so fast from that surgical cavity that large parts of the brain that otherwise would get radiation from external beam techniques get no radiation at all.
It's a great option for those patients who, you know, have already had radiation and failed it. It gives them an extra option.
Welcome back, everybody. That was a quick little break. I hope each of you were able to take advantage of it. Our next session will simulate a tumor board where a multidisciplinary panel of expert clinicians will work together to determine the best course of action for patients. Welcome back our chair, Dr. Nagpal, who will introduce each of our panelists and facilitate our tumor board. Over to you.
All right, well, thank you. So we have a fantastic group of panelists here to discuss two really good, long and involved cases that are going to walk us through recurrence of two separate kinds of diseases. I am not wedded to finishing them both if there's lots of questions and good discussion happening. So first, I'd like to reintroduce Dr. McGranahan. She's a neuro-oncologist at University of Washington and personal friend. But I'm going to start by asking her, what is your current favorite binge watch? Because I will tell you mine, it is Inventing Anna.
Oh, actually, I was going to also say Inventing Anna, but that now feels a little too much like I'm copying you. So I will then say Billions is something that it's just a world I'm not used to, and it's fascinating to see.
Awesome. All right. So I know Dr. Linda Zhu is also here. She is a neurosurgeon. She did extra training in pediatric neurosurgery, and she now is at the Kaiser Permanente Medical Group in Redwood City. Linda, what is your favorite binge watch right now?
I just finished Love is Blind Japan, which is like a dating show, but quainter and less gross.
Fantastic. Dr. Michael Ive is a neuroradiologist at Stanford. I have the great pleasure of having him at Tumor Board in real life and torturing him always with all of my questions. Mike, what is your favorite binge watch?
Well, thanks for having me, Seema. And I'm such a loser. I don't watch that much TV, but I do watch some YouTube videos here and there on cooking.
Well, then I'm going to come over and have dinner with you. Dr. Daniel Wall is a radiation oncologist at the University of Michigan. And what are you watching these days?
Hi, Seema. It's a pleasure to be here. My binge watch is very timely. It's called The Sopranos. So
you're dating yourself. All right. And then last but not least, Dr. Karam Chandani, who's actually the international panelist, joining us from McGill University. He's a neuropathologist. Are you watching anything different up there in Canada?
Afternoon, Seema. No, I'm behind the times and just now catching up on The Marvelous Miss Maisel.
Great show. All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. And we're going to start our first case after we run disclosures. Everyone can read. So I'm going to say, please read these. And here's our first case. So this is good for our audience here. We are going to act like we're in a tumor board. We're going to try and use non-medical terms if we can help it. And in tumor board, we call each other by first name. So sorry, panel, I will not be calling you doctor. This is a 40-year-old right-handed woman with a history of a low-grade glioma who is diagnosed at 29 years old. So we're talking about the first time we're seeing her, we're already 10, 11 years into her presentation. So when she first was diagnosed, she had a seizure. She then had a partial resection, that's what subtotal surgical resection means, and radiation for 33 days. She has shown up to the emergency room with increased seizure frequency and headaches, and otherwise she really has no other medical problems. So Jason, can you just very briefly tell us what we're seeing here? We managed to bring our old slides with us, which is not very common.
So for the audience, if there's any words I use that you want me to explain, I'd be happy to do so. But when you guys Google tumors on the web, you'll often see pictures that look a lot like this. So this is a hematoxylin and eosin stain section, which is the workhorse for all of pathology. And it shows brain tissue that has too many nuclei. So it's hypercellular, and those nuclei don't look normal. So just by looking at one picture, a pathologist can make a very confident diagnosis that we're dealing with a primary brain tumor or a glioma. What we don't see here are some of the features of a very aggressive pathology, which we'll see later on this afternoon.
Thank you. All right. So this patient, we managed to bring their pathology in, but we don't have her prior scans. And we send her over to neuroradiology, and this shows up on our screen. Dr. Ive, can you walk us through this?
Absolutely. So this is an MRI, and there are different sequences shown here, and each sequence tells us a little bit something different about the lesion that we're looking at. And how we look at the images is this is a mirror image of the brain. So the right side of the image represents the left side of the brain, and the left side of the image represents the right side of the brain. And that gets a little confused. I get confused with my left and right in real life all the time. But nonetheless, what we see along the skull are post-surgical changes from the patient's prior surgery. And we see a mass-like lesion within the left brain, and that's denoted by that red arrow. It's bright on flarin and bright on T2. After we give gadolinium, we can see that there are nodules that light up, and these are contrast-enhancing nodules. Most of the lesion doesn't, but these two nodules do. So given that patient's history, this is consistent with recurrent tumor. And if we had to grade based on the MRI, it's somewhere between a grade 2 and a grade 3 because it has features of both.
Great. So Mike and maybe Teresa, this patient has already had radiation. So are we sure this isn't radiation effect, and can seizures look like this?
Great question, Seema. I would say that Mike and I've had our debates back in the past, but I would say we can never be certain that it is absolutely tumor and that it's not radiation treatment effect after radiation. There might be some parts of this that help Mike think a little bit one way or the other. I'm interested to hear.
I agree. I mean, sometimes we have advanced sequences and advanced imaging techniques that we can use to help us, and we'll talk about that later on. But I think that the mass-like configuration of this lesion, and you can see that on the right-sided T2 image, how it's very mass-like, and those nodules that are associated with the T2 flare signal, it's more characteristic of something that's going to be tumor than radiation change.
Okay, well, Dr. McGranahan, what would you tell your patient? Oh, sorry, Dr. Wall. Dan, what's up?
Yeah, so I completely agree that, from the imaging, we often can't tell between radiation treatment effect and tumor. One of the things that we can sometimes do to help solve this problem is to ask, where did we aim the radiation originally? And so when we're seeing patients at a time after many years after their initial treatment, or even 6 months afterwards, one of the things we'll do as radiation oncologists is figure out at what institution was that radiation given originally, and try to get pictures of where it was aimed in the brain and overlay it onto this scan. And so one of the ways that, if this were my patient, we could help out at a tumor board is to do that ahead of time and then show you pictures. And if we had showed you that the radiation was aimed on the right side in the back of the brain, we'd say, well, no, that can't be radiation treatment effect because that's not where we aimed it originally. In this case, looking kind of at where the surgery was done and where the tumor was done initially, I think we can be relatively confident that this area where there's the abnormal imaging, it's probably where the radiation was aimed, 10 years ago. And so we're stuck in that with that uncertainty.
I think it's also this, you brought up a great point. I think it's very important to have prior imaging, the first set of imaging prior to the surgery. because, as radiologists and as the clinicians, we like to compare over time. And if this lesion looked like the original lesion before surgery, we were a little bit more confident that this represents recurrent tumor rather than treatment change.
Great. So Teresa and Linda, what do you think we'd like to do here for this patient?
I think one of the things I would normally like to ask Linda is, what do you think the surgical risks would be to a larger resection here? Or what reasons do you think that there was a subtotal resection previously?
Yeah, it looks like the volume here is quite high, and it looks like there is a small tumor cavity next to it. So it looks like whatever resection occurred before was likely in the same area, but now whatever is here now is refilling into that space. So when I'm looking at a recurrence, we always want to be clear about what our goals are here. And so I think hearing the discussion on the confusion of whether this is recurrence, whether this is some kind of radiation necrosis, or whether the tumor has changed its nature and now is a higher grade than prior. Those are all reasons to think about surgery for the primary purpose of establishing a diagnosis so that we know what's going on here. And then the secondary goals of surgery are always going to be volume reduction. So how much can we reduce here? Universally, if it is a tumor, if it is tumor tissue, gross total resection or as much volume reduction as possible is always going to confer a benefit. But if the drawback is going to be causing a new disability, then we lose a lot of that benefit. So looking at this particular location, it looks like it's directly in front of the motor area of the brain that would control the right side of the leg primarily, based on that imaging. And so it may be outside of the direct motor area of the leg, but it is in an area that's an associated area. And so if I were talking to this patient about surgery, I would say that the more we attempt to remove here, the more likely it is that they may get some weakness of the right leg, but that if we stay in front of the motor area directly, that weakness could be temporary and could recover very quickly. It's something called SMA syndrome. So they'd have to be mentally prepared that the leg may be quite weak after surgery, but there are some adjuncts we could use during surgery to try to distinguish the associated area versus the primary area that would make the surgery safer. And so if we were to take this patient to surgery, here's just some sample images of how we could potentially do something like this. Usually we make the opening in the bone so that we can take a look at the area directly over the tumor. Almost universally, we're going to use a navigation system to pair it with the MRI. So we have basically a little GPS pointer that I can touch against parts of the head, and it'll tell me where on the MRI we are so that we can direct our opening directly to the tumor itself. Once we're in, you usually can see some abnormality on the surface, but sometimes it's not so obvious, especially for lower grade tumors. They tend to look more like brain. The second image there is a little electrodes that we can slide in, especially when we're very close to the motor area. We can use these electrodes and basically stimulate electrically on the surface of the brain. And they can actually tell us if it's moving an arm or a leg, or if it's causing sensory symptoms in the arm and the leg. And they'll define for us where exactly on the brain the primary motor areas are so that we can appropriately avoid those areas. And so that's how we can pick a safe corridor for us to enter at that point, and then complete a resection. And at the end of the case, we take that electrode strip out and can kind of close the surgery from there. So sorry about that. Here, I just wanted to include a couple of different options for when we're looking at the brain, different ways that we can monitor to keep you as safe as possible. The first is if you have a tumor that's a little bit deeper, not right on the surface, but you are worried that it's close to some motor fibers. A very common modality we used are called motor evoked potentials or somatosensory evoked potentials. That includes not just the electrodes on the surface of the brain once we're open, but it's actually just on the scalp only. And so through the scalp, they'll stimulate electrically all the way down and just make sure that entire motor circuit is working. And that way, while we're doing the resection, we're monitoring that all the time. And if we start to see changes because we're getting too close to a motor area as we get deeper into the tumor, they'll give us a little warning sign to say, hey, we're starting to see some changes in the electrical signals. And that gives us a clue that maybe we need to stop what we're doing or re-examine what we're doing. The motor mapping option is great for tumors that are right on the surface, and I need to know, even going in, where can I even safely cut on the surface of the brain to do our resection. So that would be best in this case where it's right on the surface. And then finally, one of the other advanced things we can do, and this is primarily for language issues, is that if it was really close to a language-based areas, we do have the option of doing the surgery awake. So usually you're asleep for some of the beginning part where we open the bone and do things like that. But once we actually have the brain open, we wake the patient back up. We put down electrodes basically and stimulate around various areas of the brain while the patient is doing language tasks like counting, repeating, naming things. And if they have trouble doing it when we're doing electrical stimulation of an area, that suggests to us that that is actually a language area, and we need to stay away from that area. It's not the best option for every patient. There are some limitations to when we can use that. So first of all, your language needs to be good enough that we can actually do the test. So if you come and you already have a lot of language difficulties and it would be hard for you to participate in those, that would be a difficult patient to have this type of surgery. You shouldn't have any prior history of claustrophobia because your head is held in place in a very small space and you're not going to be able to move during that surgery. So that's a limitation if you have some trouble with that and some anxiety issues. And ideally, the tumor that we're looking at is going to take less than an hour for us to resect. So something on the smaller side, because, you know, to keep somebody awake and continuing to do these language tests for over an hour also becomes difficult as well. So those are all the adjuncts we can use and assess how we could do a surgery safely. But based on what I'm seeing on this patient, I think we could do the surgery safely staying out of the motor area. But again, we'd have to properly counsel them that they may have some at least temporary weakness of the leg afterwards.
Great, thank you. I'm glad your patients get that detailed of an explanation. That's fantastic. All right, so let's assume that Linda has taken this patient to the operating room. What are we seeing, Mike?
So we're seeing great work by Linda here. So what we see is a fluid cavity in the region that the previous lesion was located. And this is just an expected post-surgical appearance. We don't see a lot of mass-like T2 signal left, and there's all that contrast enhancing nodules, that's also gone too. So there's no evidence of residual tumor here.
Awesome. All right, so now we get to think about next steps, but we really need Jason's input. And I want to point out, Jason, this is a 2008 set of pathology. So in our audience, as we talked about earlier, the names keep changing and things are evolving. So keep in mind, this is in 2008.
So I think that Seema did a great job of choosing this case because it does hit on this important issue, which is that our understanding of the molecular drivers of brain tumors continues to change. And so the terminology also continues to evolve. So tumors that existed when I was a fellow have been taken off the map and other new entities have been defined. What was interesting is in the late 90s, for the first time, there was some proof that chemotherapy could improve outcomes in brain tumors. And that was a big deal. And the tumors that were affected by that were oligodendroglial tumors. So what we have here on this screen is another H&E picture of the different cells making up this brain tumor. And if we look at the cells, they really look largely round. And these red-looking linear objects, those are capillaries. And so there's a branching capillary pattern in the background. The slightly darker, more purple things are mitotic figures. So we're seeing something that we didn't see in the patient's first presentation. So it would have been very reasonable for a neuropathologist trying to do their best for the patient to call this an oligoastrocytoma, or what have been called mixed gliomas. And because of the mitotic activity, this would get a slightly higher grade, or an anaplastic oligoastrocytoma. But as we'll see, our concepts of this evolved with new understanding of how we classify these diseases.
Great. Okay, so now we have the pathology, and we know we've taken out almost everything we can see. Dr. McGranahan, what do you think are appropriate next steps here? And should you call Dr. Wall?
Well, I appreciate Dr. Wall being a part of the case as we go through, because it's really important for us to know kind of what the prior radiation field was like. But knowing that this does look, in fact, like it's now this recurrent tumor, and like we talked about earlier, that it's transformed to a faster growing tumor, I think that means we have to do something, but I'm not sure Dr. Wall would be my first choice on the list, because it is right in that same area where he already said the beams went. And just as Jason was sharing with us, a lot has changed in our understanding over the years. And one of the big things that we've learned is the sensitivity to chemotherapy. So I think that trial of chemotherapy to see how long that can keep the disease stable would be my preferred first choice. But I'm really interested to hear from the group, or if Dr. Wall has a different opinion.
I agree with Teresa here. I would say that we are in a situation where radiation by itself worked reasonably well the first time. So that's kind of my first question, is how well did the thing we do before work? And then the second question is, like, are there other things that we could try that have a good likelihood of working in a patient that has received a prior treatment? And this is where, this patient has never had chemotherapy treatment before. And so my preference here would also be for chemotherapy by itself at this point.
Great. So you have in fact hit on what we did for this patient. She got 12 cycles of temozolomide. She may only get 6 now based on some of the newer data, as our patient pointed out earlier. She has intermittent but really stable headaches, and she has stable imaging and a clinical exam for 12 more years until we see some changes. Mike, can you help us out?
Absolutely. So it's very important to get follow-up imaging so we can compare over time, as we previously mentioned. But what we see here, there are flare signal changes, very large extent of this ill-defined signal within the left side of the brain. We can also see a little bit of signal on the right side of the brain. After we give contrast, we can see that a small portion of that flare signal lights up. So we have a small contrast enhancing nodule, and often we like to assess the perfusion status of the lesion, because anything that has high perfusion, meaning high blood flow, high blood volume, that tends to suggest something that's a little bit more aggressive. You can see that this lesion here has low blood volume on our particular imaging sequence. And this is just a contrast enhanced perfusion sequence. And by blood volume, low blood volume, you can see that it's primarily blue. And this is just how we display it. Anything that has high blood volume is red. Anything that is intermediate in the middle is colored yellow. So, but that's not to say that this is purely treatment effect, because we like to combine the perfusion imaging with the structural images, and the structural images are a little bit concerning. And if they've changed over a period of time, especially since if the patient's been stable for 12 years, that's a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I think the pace here is important, right? So she had stable imaging really until this one. So what does that make you think, Dr. McGranahan?
I think that does raise my concern that there is, even though the perfusion imaging is suggesting that this is more treatment effect than tumor progression, I agree that the imaging is concerning, but I think the rate of change, but also the clinical stability of the patient always has to be kept in check, and to double check that, like, the seizures worsening as they had previously, and that there's no other new symptoms that would really push us towards saying that this is definitely tumor progression.
Okay, so Linda, is this something that you would want to poke, that like really tiny spot there? What do you think?
Yeah, so again, when we're looking at surgery, again, the question is always, what are our goals here? So do we need a new diagnosis? Is there a possibility to resect? And I think here, a resection is definitely out of the question because of the extensiveness of what's involved. A biopsy is possible, but here with that very small lesion as your target, anything that's going to be less than a centimeter, I can't guarantee that our GPS system is 100% going to be able to get us there without any issue. And so it's possible to attempt a biopsy of a very small lesion, but again, the highest risk then for that is a non-diagnostic biopsy. So we get some piece of tissue, but it doesn't give us a whole lot of new information. So again, it's not very risky for us to put a needle in, but if you had a bigger target to go to, you have a better guarantee that I could get you usable tissue.
Teresa and Jason, given this patient's last pathology was in 2008 and we're now another 12 years from then, I think there's some different testing that might make it worth pushing through Linda's reticence to take this to the OR. What do you think?
As I've shared before, I think that from a neurosurgeon, a biopsy seems pretty low risk, but from most of us, brain surgery seems pretty terrifying in general. And I do think that there's some tests we may be able to do. And I'd ask Jason kind of how far back do you think we can reasonably test the IDH status of this tumor?
That's a very good question. And you remember our diagnosis of oligoastrocytoma was made in 2008, which was the same year that we identified that isocitrate dehydrogenase, or IDH mutations, are incredibly helpful to determine the prognosis for any given patient. Now that's a DNA change. So we can actually go back years, decades even, and try to identify those mutations. There's all kinds of stuff that we in pathology do to tissue. We drop it in something called formalin or formaldehyde, and that cross-links DNA. So it's not reasonable for us to predict with tremendous certainty how far back we can go, but for the most part, anything done in the last 20 years is something that we can interrogate for these molecular tests. So in this patient, we could definitely have a discussion about going back to that 2008 specimen and update our understanding of the diagnosis.
Wow, that's really great news. I think one of the limitations that we run into as clinicians, at least Teresa and I, is that patients in the course of 10 to 20 years may have moved a few times and that the pathology may not actually exist anymore, meaning hospitals, generally speaking, keep these for about 10 years. Is that right, Jason?
That's correct. Yeah.
So if you're doing really, really well, your tissue might not actually be available. So we may consider getting new information by going back to the operating room. And let's just say we convince Linda that we need this information. And what do we have, Jason?
So two things have changed in between the 2008 pictures and what we're seeing here. The tumor itself looks different. So on our top left box, we've got some zones of dark purple with a kind of pinker zone in the middle, and that's palisading necrosis. And in the world of brain tumors, that's typically associated with a more aggressive prognosis. And sitting right above these areas of palisading necrosis, we have blood vessels where the endothelial cells are the cells that line blood vessels, are piling on top of one another. So endothelial duplication or microvascular proliferation. That's another histologic feature that we tend to associate with a more aggressive course. In our top right panel, we're using a test that we haven't seen today, which is called immunohistochemistry. That relies on using an antibody against a specific protein to detect that protein expression in human tissue. So here we're looking at the master cell regulator of P53. And what we can see here is more than half of our nuclei show strong immunoexpression of P53. And what that correlates to is some form of alteration of the P53 pathway in these cells. The cells know that it's like they want to hit the brakes and it's not working. So they're pressing even harder on those brakes and producing more of this protein, which for one reason or another isn't very functional. In the bottom left panel, we identify some of a different test. Here, the endothelial nuclei, which are not tumor cells, these are normal, these are from the patient without genetic alterations, and they retain expression of this protein, ATRX. But our tumor cells are negative. Those nuclei are blue. So the same test, immunohistochemistry, can show overexpression and a loss of expression. And both of those give us insight into the genetics that are driving this patient's brain tumor. And finally, I think this is a remarkable accomplishment. Within 2 years of identifying isocitrate dehydrogenase mutations as an important cause of gliogenesis, or something that produces brain tumors, we created an antibody which actually recognizes a very specific mutation in IDH1. This is the IDH1R132H mutant protein, which accounts for about 90% of IDH altered tumors. So just with one stain that takes 24 hours, we can identify IDH mutations in about 90% of our patients. And so this really helps us reinterpret this pathology. We have the aggressive features of what we would have called a glioblastoma in the before times, but we're also IDH altered. And I think we're going to see in a couple of slides how we've reclassified things, but we're going to move on to our next slide, which shows another important test. So for the last 14 years, we've been assessing the MGMT promoter methylation status. And this is really remarkable for 2 reasons. It's independently a marker of prognosis. If your MGMT, which is a gene, if the promoter is methylated, you tend to do a little bit better, even if you don't change anything else. But on top of that, it also indicates a likelihood, an increased likelihood to respond to the alkylating agents that our neuro-oncology colleagues routinely employ in these cases. So it doesn't really matter what how you look at this slide, but there's 2 bumps here. And those 2 bumps mean that you have an amplification using PCR of a methylated promoter and the wild type. And we actually need both of those bumps to make sure that the test worked, because as we saw in our histology images, we actually have non-neoplastic cells in that tissue. So based on this is methylation specific PCR. We now know that this patient's, the MGMT gene, the promoter, is methylated, meaning they are not making this gene product. We can go to the next slide. And I'm assuming this is another part of the biopsy from our patient's intervention, and it actually addresses some of the discussion earlier from our neuroradiology colleagues, and it's trying to figure out, is this radiation necrosis? Is it tumor? And unfortunately, this is a very good example of it can be both. If you look on the left side of this image, there's just a small number, there's fewer number of purple dots, and those are nuclei. So that's tissue that's undergone radiation necrosis. But on the right side of our tissue, we still have too many cells, and some of them are atypical. So this one slide shows us that the treatment did have an effect, and there is a component of treatment effect here, but there still is some residual viable grade glioma.
Great. So Jason, I know we've been talking about how things have changed. This is, I think, a depiction of how much things have changed. And this is only one 5-year epoch. But I think we distilled it into a sort of cleaner, new classification. Can you very briefly review this for us?
Sure. So I think for our patients and families today, one of the important aspects you see on this slide is that the name we put on this thing in 2008 doesn't even exist on this slide. There is no oligoastrocytoma here. What we're really seeing is a reassessment of tumors along their, of glial tumors along their IDH status and their 1p19q status. So 1p and 19q are parts of chromosomes. We all have 23 chromosomes, and that's a loss of 2 pretty big bits of chromosomes. If you're IDH mutated and you're missing those bits, that's what we really call an oligodendroglioma now. Essentially, you don't get the diagnosis of oligodendroglioma without the 1p19q loss and IDH mutation. And we've really split our astrocytomas into IDH mutated in our 2nd and 3rd boxes here, and IDH wild type, which we call glioblastoma. The IDH altered tumors typically have a better prognosis. But what we're seeing here is the labels we put on these tumors change as our understanding of the molecular drivers of disease change. And this slide just says once again what we had already mentioned, that IDH mutated tumors typically have a better prognosis than IDH wild type tumors. These IDH mutated cases also typically are in younger patients as well.
Yeah, which is, what our patient has been, right? She started out as a very young woman. So now we have an IDH mutated grade 4 that came from a grade 2. We still kind of think of our standard choices. We've already had Linda say, I can't get out 80% or more and improve her function. And so we think of our other 2 standard modalities, which would be Teresa's job to give systemic therapy, and then maybe we call Dan again. Are there any new options for us to consider?
Well, I just want to kind of go back to in 2008, we didn't quite know everything that we do now or what we're going to know in a few years from now. But her testing does support that the reason why things were pretty quiet from 2008 until now is that we now know that because she does have that MGMT methylation, that supports that we made the right decision then to use Temodar. We are now even further away from that first radiation. And the region of tumor now does look like it's a pretty much a larger region. But I think we have options of, because of that marker, is considering a little bit more chemotherapy like Temodar reasonable. I also think that talking to Dan about what options may look like are reasonable. There's always, I think, a place to discuss our clinical trials, something that the patient would be interested in being involved in. And then now that this is a grade 4 tumor confirmed, there's an additional technology, what are called tumor treating fields, or Optune, that can also be considered as an additional therapy. So we're at the point, whereas things were pretty straightforward before, we've just got a lot of options.
Yeah, I agree. So Dan, what would it look like to re-irradiate this patient?
Yeah, I agree with Teresa here. I think, just for everyone in the audience, what you're hearing is that there's no one right answer here. A lot of times when we're starting with treatment, you come to 10 different doctors and 10 would tell you pretty much the same treatment. And here, there are a number of reasonable choices. And often reirradiation, giving radiation a second time, to me is reasonable in this situation. There's sometimes when a second course of radiation, I wouldn't recommend. So if, for example, the first course hadn't worked as well as we would have wanted. So sometimes in a more aggressive brain tumor, we're dealing with this recurrence situation within several months of the first treatment. And then we kind of have 2 reasons arguing against radiation. One, it didn't work as well as we wanted to the first time. And 2, the normal brain that we don't want to injure just saw radiation and hasn't completely recovered from it. But in other situations, a second course of radiation can be very reasonable. There's dozens upon dozens of studies in the literature showing safety and kind of effectiveness of giving a second round of radiation. When we do a second round of radiation, it's often with a different number of total doses than we did the first time. And so many patients are treated with around 30, between 25 and 33 doses of radiation the first time. If we give the radiation a second time, and it's pretty close to that first round, we often do it in fewer doses of radiation, 5, 10, 15 doses of radiation. When we're given radiation a second time and it's further out, here 15 years, almost 20 years, I would consider doing a full course of radiation again, just because it was so effective the first time, and because we're so far out from the first round of radiation that healing has occurred. Now, the last thing I'll mention is that when we do radiation a second time, we often treat a smaller area of the brain than we do the first time. And so when we're designing our radiation fields initially, we know that there are tumor cells beyond the abnormalities we can see on an MRI scan. And so our radiation goes into areas that might just look like normal brain on the scan, because we know that there are cancer cells living there. But when we're doing this a second time, because of that risk of toxicity and damage from the radiation, we'll often shrink down our radiation fields and maybe rely a little bit more on Teresa's chemotherapy to help with those, what we call microscopic disease that we can't just see. Oh, and Seema advanced the slides, so this is great. So I'm telling you all of this, but how do we know this? Well, for patients with lower grade tumors, so IDH mutant tumors that started as a grade 2 or a grade 3 tumor, the data we have for a second course of radiation is kind of from doctors like me who have done this a number of times and then said, here's how well it worked. The best data we have to say that radiation a second time actually is effective compared to something else is in a randomized trial where patients who have a tumor that's growing got a coin flip between a second round of radiation with a drug called Avastin or bevacizumab compared to those who just got Avastin by themselves. And those who got radiation along with the Avastin, it slowed down the tumor for a few months. This was in very aggressive tumors. And so that's kind of like the piece of data we can hang on to and say, okay, we think this is true. I think that's all I have to say. So for this patient, I would recommend probably a full course reirradiation, likely with concurrent chemotherapy, because it's been so long since the first treatment.
Dan, I think I agree with you. I'd be ready to go back to radiation here. I'm going to address one of the Q&A questions early. Dan, can we use like focused radiation like SRS or gamma knife or cyberknife for this recurrence? It's kind of big. I'm thinking probably not. What do you think?
First, it's a really good question. And the answer, like the global answer, is sometimes. For a small area of recurrence that seems well circumscribed, focused radiation makes good sense, and doing it in few doses of radiation, kind of like maybe that 5 treatment regimen that I talked about originally. This MRI scan, thinking back to those flare images that Michael showed us, I'd be very hesitant to do that because of the risk of toxicity with high dose focused radiation to so much of the brain. So I'd want to split it up here.
Agreed. Okay, so here are some of our options that we talked about. And I think Dr. McGranahan nicely sort of talked about how we treat a high grade. And for this patient, our tumor board did go ahead and say, let's treat this as the highest grade. It's grade 4, and got concurrent radiation and temozolomide. I think, Dan, you nicely covered the risks of the treatment here. And Dr. McGranahan, you did mention clinical trials. Do you want to briefly talk about this drug and then maybe the other study for ideation?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that obviously for talking with Jason, highlighting the great successes we've had from a pathology with identifying the differences between tumors using the DNA changes, we're following that with, are there ways that we can target those DNA changes to be a little bit smarter about treating tumors? I think that we all think of radiation and chemotherapy as incredible techniques to help improve survival and how long these tumors stay quiet for. But if we could be smarter and treat this with a pill that just recognizes the tumor, is where it comes into the idea of us using these IDH inhibitors trials. So this is the first line study where we did this, used an IDH inhibitor. This is actually an oral pill that was done in a phase 1. So everybody on the study did know that they were getting the pill, and we knew that everybody's tumor had an IDH mutation. What we importantly found from this are that tumors that had enhancement, like this patient we're discussing now, the pill didn't look like it made such a significant impact. However, in those tumors that were growing but did not have the contrast enhancement, those tumors actually, it does look like the IDH inhibitor did do a pretty good job of slowing down the tumor growth for a period of time. And so this is currently in a large phase 3 study for grade 2 IDH mutated tumors that we're hoping to get more information as the years go on.
Yeah, and in fact, that's the next generation drug even that we hope is a little bit more brain penetrant. So yes, this patient wouldn't be a great fit because of the enhancement. She was treated as though a glioblastoma. She got radiation and concurrent, chose not to do TTF, didn't get a ton of temozolomide because she had low counts. Now we're 17 months later. We have a new MRI, and Mike, we have about 1.5 minutes, and this is like where you get to shine. So I'm very sorry, but go for it.
Okay, we'll speed things up. So here we have MRIs from 4 time points. On the top panel of images, it's after contrast was given, and you can see that there's a contrast enhancing lesion in the right frontal lobe that's growing over time to the latest time point where you can see where the circle is, it looks bigger. When we look at the FLAIR images in the left side of the brain where the original tumor was, you can see that the FLAIR signal change is pretty stable. So that side looks pretty stable. But around that contrast enhancing lesion, we see a lot of FLAIR signal that's progressing over time. So the question is this progressive tumor, or is it radiation necrosis or treatment necrosis like it always is? And at this, based on the structural anatomic imaging, it's a little bit hard to know. And I'd also want to know what the radiation field was. Was this included in the high dose radiation field? Because if it is, or if it was, it's there's a good chance that it could be just treatment necrosis. But perfusion imaging may be helpful to tell us more. And I think that's on a future slide.
Sorry about that, Mike. There we go. Okay, so we said, what are these changes? Can advanced imaging help us? Can you help us figure out what this is, Mike?
So when we're talking about advanced imaging and specifically perfusion imaging, there's several different techniques that we can use and utilize. And on the top set of the images, it's called arterial spin labeling. It's a non-contrast form of how we look at blood flow. So what you see is just blood flow within the brain. And the lesion itself in the right side of the brain, you can see that it's not bright at all. So there's not a lot of blood flow within the lesion. The middle set of images, it's what's called dynamic contrast enhancement. And that's looking at the permeability of the actual lesion itself. So the rate of contrast that leaks from the blood vessel into the tissue. And you can see that it's not bright, it's dark. So there's not a lot of permeability within the lesion. The bottom set of images is what we have seen before, which is looking at the blood volume. A lot of the blue that you see is consistent with low blood volume. So across all of these different perfusion techniques, the lesion shows low blood volume, low permeability, low blood flow, and these are all changes that are more suggestive of radiation necrosis rather than tumor.
Yeah, those are scary looking pictures, huh? I'm glad that all of the blue, it's all blue. I think this is a more scientific description of what you were talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, just to be really brief. I mean, we looked at a study of 40 suspected recurrent GBMs, and this is where we're kind of validating the perfusion in high-grade gliomas, where, often the question is in this patient, is this tumor or treatment effect? And we've shown that tissues or areas of contrast enhancement with high perfusion, higher blood volume, they tend to be tumor on histopathology. And conversely, areas that have low perfusion tend to be treatment effect. But it's important to note that this was a study in suspected glioblastoma. So other tumors may not behave the same way.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And so I think Jason actually already told us a little bit about that slide where we had mixed radiation changes along with tumor next to it. And this is what might have come out if we had actually taken this patient back to the operating room. She has not gone back to the operating room. She has had clinical worsening with weakness, no seizures. She has had some improvement using steroids, and then we're considering another type of therapy. Dr. Granahan, I'm going to hand it back to you to discuss briefly what this might look like, what this treatment might look like.
Yeah, so anti-VEGF therapy, or what initially was just the brand name under Avastin or bevacizumab, has been a huge breakthrough in how patients with brain tumors feel. Oftentimes, even if we're saying, oh, I'm so happy it's so blue, and that's not tumor growth, if we're having worsening weakness, those symptoms aren't really pleasant. And being on high dose steroids for a long time is really hard for people. And so bevacizumab is a great alternative to be able to help reduce the swelling that's in that area and sort of acts like a super steroid in that area. So I think that for this patient, that probably would make the most sense for the next step for her.
And in fact, that is what we are planning to do. This patient is in real time. We will be trying out bevacizumab, and we're hoping for the results that we see here, where you can actually see lots of reduction in the amount of swelling for these patients, and ideally getting off of the steroids. So panel, thank you very much for all of your detailed answers on this case. We did have a second case, but we spent so much good time discussing this one that we're going to skip the second case. It was a brain metastases case. So for those of you who are here with recurrent brain metastases, please feel free to join the American Brain Tumor Association's brain metastases meeting that will actually probably have a dedicated tumor board to brain metastases. And then Embry, I'm going to hand it back over to you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful virtual tumor board. As a reminder, please type and submit your questions using the Q&A button on the bottom of your screen, and we'll answer questions as time allows. So one of the first questions, and Dr. Nagpal, if you don't mind, I'll just address the questions to you and you can go ahead and divvy it up to the appropriate panelist. So the first question we have here is asking about the difference between photon therapy and proton therapy.
I think I know who I need to tag for that. Dan, that's all you.
All right, great. So this is an excellent question. In general, when someone might be speaking about radiation treatment in general terms, like I was doing during this talk, the standard treatment is photons, X-rays. Just like the X-rays from a scanner. What I tell my patients is that the X-rays we use to treat cancer are just like scanner X-rays, except they move faster, so they damage DNA and kill the cancer cells. And we aim them pinpoint where we want them to go, right at the tumor, not the entirety of the brain, but just like scanner X-rays, you can't see them, you can't feel them, they don't make you radioactive. That's the standard thing, and the standard is X-rays, all right, or photons. X-rays and photons, those are synonyms. Protons is a different type of radiation. They come from a machine as well. It's not radioactive stuff. It's a beam of protons. But the physics of protons is such that if you think of X-rays that you have for an X-ray scan, they go through you and you have a detector on the other side. Protons tend to stop after they run into tissue because they are heavier particles. And so there's a lot of interest in proton radiation to avoid radiation passing through the tumor and hitting the normal brain where we don't want it to go. And so the radiation oncology field is trying to use protons to minimize radiation dose to normal brain and to let people feel better, to minimize some of the side effects of radiation. There's a little bit of data about how well these two things compare. There's been a randomized trial in patients with glioblastoma to see, do people really feel better after protons? Does it save the memory the way we want it to? And at least in glioblastoma, the more aggressive brain cancers, the answer was, there didn't seem to be a lot of difference between photons and protons. In lower grade tumors, the slower growing IDH mutant tumors, there's a trial that's ongoing right now that's really trying to answer that question. For the particular patient we were just discussing, I think it's unlikely to make an important difference. And my advice to a patient would be assess the burden of obtaining the treatment and weigh that against the expected benefit. If it's flying across the country and spending 6 weeks away from family and spending tens of thousands of dollars, absolutely not. If it's right at your center, probably just about the same. That's the advice I would give to my patient.
Thanks, Dan. Great.
Thank you so much. All right, so another question we have is, during the tumor board, when you're considering what options are feasible for the patient, what patient factors do you look at, such as age or comorbidities? What of those factors would influence what treatments you'd recommend?
So I think the two folks who probably have the most to say about this are going to be Linda and Teresa, so I'm going to let you two both take a shot at it.
Yeah, from our perspective, looking at surgical risks, there are a couple of things we need to think about that are more specific to us and not just medical care in general. So one of them is, especially at the time of recurrence, is this person healthy enough to heal their wound basically multiple times? So the more times we reopen the same incision, the more problematic that's going to be. Usually a second time in someone who's got good nutrition is not going to be much of a problem, but for people who survive a long time and they're getting their third and fourth surgery, we certainly run into a lot of wound healing issues, especially if they've had courses of radiation as well. And so certainly those are things that we need to think about. The other thing I think is very specific to this population in surgery is that a lot of people may have had some blood clots in the past, may have had some new blood thinners on board, and those do have to be paused for surgery. For example, I just met a patient who had a significant history of a pulmonary embolism within just the last few months, and she was wondering if she would be a good candidate for surgery. And that pulmonary embolism was so severe that she had to be hospitalized for respiratory distress. And I told her, across the board, any surgeon is going to be very worried about taking you off blood thinners in a case where you almost passed away from your pulmonary embolism within the last few months. And so those are very specific things that are to surgery. And then also if you're on bevacizumab, there is a contraindication for having surgery within the last 28 days of having an infusion because it does impair wound healing as well. So those are the things that we're going to have to think about in terms of your risk specifically for surgery.
And I think that the last section did a good job of highlighting how important it is of what you want as a patient too. So there's a lot that we can offer from a medical perspective, but it also really matters to us about what it is that you want to go through or where those boundaries are for you. If you say no way, no how to anything, we honor and respect that. If there's something that we feel like you really should consider, we promise we'll tell you.
Thank you so much for those answers. Another question we have here is going back to radiation. So for this case that we've been discussing, if we were to radiate once again, would the patient be receiving the same dose as standard of care, or would you recommend a lower dose over a shorter time period?
Yeah, I guess I will chime in. The answer is it varies on the situation, how long it's been since the first course of radiation, how large is the area that we need to treat, how well did the radiation work the first time. So an example, that scan that Seema showed at the end that ended up being radiation necrosis, if that had just been tumor, a small area of tumor outside of the radiation field that was well circumscribed, I might consider doing fewer radiation doses to a higher total dose. But something that's like larger and like the patient we were talking about for most of the time with that large left frontal tumor, probably space it out over the 6 weeks of radiation. There's a number of different options to choose from. We're running a clinical trial now for a second course of radiation along with a second drug, a new drug. And we had to choose a dose that we thought most would apply in most situations. And we chose something about 40.5 gray over 3 weeks. And so, there's different options and your doctor should talk them over with you.
Yeah, and I think, Dan, as you mentioned, how far away, and Teresa, how far away we are from the first radiation really can help us make a decision about how much dose the second radiation will get.
Exactly.
All right, thank you so much. Another question we have here is asking about imaging. After recurrence has been diagnosed and confirmed, when routine imaging is being performed, is an MRI with or without contrast recommended or desired?
I guess I'll take.
Yeah,
that's a great question, and especially with some of the controversies out there with gadolinium deposition in the brain. Of course, we're cautious about giving gadolinium in patients with brain tumors. Having said that, I think in general, in patients with brain tumors, it's good to do MRIs with and without contrast. As you've seen in this case, initially the tumor may not enhance, but over a period of time it can. And that presence of enhancement over a period of time may suggest that it's changing its behavior. So that's important in that particular instance. But if the patient with a meningioma, for instance, which is lower grade for the most part, or more commonly, and if the patient is stable clinically and has been stable on imaging for a period of time, you may not choose to give contrast. So it really depends on the type of tumor. And with regards to perfusion, again, perfusion is helpful when it's helpful, and it's not when it's not. For patients with gliomas, we tend to do perfusion imaging just because oftentimes we come across what we discuss in Tumor Board. Is this tumor or is this treatment effect? But in a patient with a stable meningioma, over a period of time, perfusion may not be that helpful. So it really depends on the case and the type of tumor.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for questions for this session. Thank you all so much for your time. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back to Emily for the rest of the program.
Everyone.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Nagpal, for leading this incredible Tumor Board session, and to all of our panelists for sharing with us how the team works together to determine the best course of treatment and action for patients. And as you can tell, treatment decisions are not so cut and dry, but truly requires thoughtful discussion and decision-making. We will now have a short 5-minute break and resume the program for our last session on how to navigate clinical trials. Thank you all so much. Welcome back. I hope each of you took a moment for a quick break. I'm going to call on our chair, Dr. Nagpal, to introduce our last session.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. Last but definitely not least, I'd like to introduce Dr. Joe Mendez to cover the question of how to navigate clinical trials. There's going to be general information about how we navigate clinical trials and strategies and considering that decision making. But again, just like the brain metastases meeting, there is going to be an entire ABTA meeting dedicated to clinical trials this year. So we hope you join for that. Dr. Mendez is an assistant professor in the Department of Neurosurgery at University of Utah and an investigator at the Huntsman Cancer Institute. He specializes in neuro-oncology, focusing on patients with primary central nervous system lymphoma, glioma, metastatic disease, just like most of our other neuro-oncologists here today. His research interests include clinical trials in glioma and primary central nervous system lymphoma. He also spends a lot of his time focusing on teaching and mentoring medical students, residents, and fellows. I also recently found out that he is a saxophonist. But if he had to pick up an instrument again, now that he is out of high school, he might learn the piano. So welcome, Joe. We're looking forward to your talk.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. It's my pleasure. Okay. Thank you so much for having me. It's really an honor to be able to be here with patients and family. So today we'll talk about how to navigate clinical trials, and really what I'm hoping what you leave with is just that you feel a little bit more knowledgeable or a little bit better understanding of clinical trials and how they might apply to you as the patient. So I have no disclosures. Next. So really, a good starting point is to kind of understand what a clinical trial is. And some of you may be familiar, but we just kind of want to make sure it's very clear. So a clinical trial really is and truly is a scientific experiment. And it's a scientific experiment that's performed on patients. And the idea, of course, is to understand if the intervention is safe and effective. And when we use the word scientific experiment, I think one of the things to understand is that when we're trying an intervention, what we're really referring to here is most commonly a drug or a device that's used to try to help you fight your cancer. And the scientific experiment itself, so why would we try a drug or a device? Well, the rationale behind doing the experiment is that usually there is a biological explanation or rationale as to why the therapy could help you as the patient. And oftentimes that may be something that's been proven, for example, in the laboratory setting. Maybe it's in a petri dish, Maybe it's in a model such as a mouse model. And in those situations, it seems to have potentially some advantage to the patient. But really, when we take it from what we refer to as the bench, i.e. the lab, to the bedside with the patient, what we're referring to is actually taking that drug and then putting it into humans. And as you're probably aware, the human body is so much more complex that we really need to see that therapy in a human to understand if it is truly effective. And so what we'll be talking about is this general idea of how do we introduce new therapies to patients. Next slide. So why are they important? I think this is really what's really most important is what I tell patients is clinical trials are really the only way that us as physician scientists are going to be able to sit down in the future with a patient and give a different prognosis than the one, for example, we gave you when we first met with you. The idea behind this, of course, is that it's better, right? There are more therapies, better therapies for you as the patient to try to help you live longer or potentially even cure your cancer. So in addition to that, of course, we want to understand what are the side effects and potentially the toxicities that are related to the therapy that we're going to give you. So that's one key thing about a clinical trial. Again, going back to it again, ultimately, or one of the key elements is understanding if it's effective. And then in addition, some patients may have a cancer that unfortunately only has one or two treatment options available to them. So the clinical trial can be a great option for a patient who's used, or unfortunately their tumor has grown through those treatments. They don't have any quote unquote FDA approved therapies to help them fight their cancer. And so a clinical trial can be a great way for that patient to receive additional therapy in the hopes of treating their cancer. In addition, as we mentioned, it's really about creating the potential for finding and discovering new therapies that ultimately lead to hopefully better quality of life and longer life. Next slide. So what's important to understand about clinical trials really is that participation is voluntary. And I really stress this in my clinic, and I know everyone does as well, but key thing to remember here is that this is solely voluntary. You should never feel obligated to participate. I view these as potential opportunities for patients, but they're not for everyone, which we'll get into a little bit more later. And another key concept here is that even though you do, or maybe you decide to participate in a trial, just understanding that at any point you can always choose to stop participating. Really, this is like any part of your care. This is going to be about what's most important to you, and you are going to be the person who gets to make that decision on what the appropriate therapy is for you. And another thing that I like to stress to my patients is really understanding that in a clinical trial, there is a full gamut of possibilities that can happen on the trial, specifically on how the drug could affect you or the therapy could affect you. So here, this diagram, in my opinion, hopefully will help you kind of understand that concept. So to your right, you see in the yellow, this is the idea that you take a therapy and it actually helps you. So what are the possibilities there? Well, on the far extreme, and how I refer it to patients is you could win the lottery. You could get exposure or get access to a therapy that actually is the next FDA approved therapy for patients with your type of brain tumor. So therefore you win in the sense that you get additional treatment, but that treatment is also effective at helping, let's say, for example, reduce the size of your tumor, or gives you longer time with your family, or helps you get to a cure. And in addition to that, there are no side effects of that therapy. One step down a little bit from that is you could get benefit from the therapy, but you do have side effects from it. And as many of you already know, most of our treatments, unfortunately, are accompanied with potential side effects, although those side effects can be very different in regards to their severity or how much they impact your quality of life. On the far extreme of that, you can see in blue, these are therapies that may not be helpful to you. And so in this regard, you could have a therapy that doesn't help or work or reduce your tumor, for example, but you don't have any side effects with that therapy. So in some ways, you don't necessarily get harmed by the treatment, but you don't have any benefit. On the far extreme of this side, you have a therapy that doesn't work, but in addition to that, you unfortunately experience side effects. And of course, those can be variable in their significance and could also potentially be life-threatening. And so therefore, in this case, you would actually have the potential to be harmed in this clinical trial in this scenario that we just presented. Next slide. So there are really two important times at which you can enter a clinical trial. And these are really key to understanding so that you can kind of choose at which point in your care you want to start to explore clinical trials. One is at the time of being newly diagnosed with your cancer. So the way I phrase this to patients, it's after you have surgery or a biopsy where we've proven which type of tumor you have, but before you start any treatment such as chemo or radiation therapy. So this is what we deem newly diagnosed patients. And at this point, you can work with your neuro-oncologist to see what options are available in the clinical trial world. The second time you can enter is the time of recurrence. And that's where we have diagnosed you with cancer, but then you've received a treatment. But unfortunately, your treatment has not been able to help us control your tumor. So the tumor comes back. And at that time, the tumor comes back as another opportunity to potentially consider clinical trial as a treatment strategy in your cancer. Now, when I use the word recurrence, it's not a one-time event. In some patients' cases, they'll have multiple recurrences. And it's possible to participate in a clinical trial in any one of those recurrences. Next slide. So most commonly, clinical trials are going to be designed around a specific type of cancer. And so as you approach these, what you're going to be looking for are tumor or clinical trials that are focused on your tumor type. So a good example would be glioblastoma versus an astrocytoma or an oligodendroglioma. And then again, they're going to be targeting a specific grade of tumor on the scale of 1 to 4. And then in addition to that, they're going to take into consideration the timing of when they want to implement the therapy. So is it the time you're newly diagnosed, or are they only testing that investigational therapy at the time the tumor comes back? Sometimes you'll have clinical trials that allow patients at both time points to enter. And then we've heard conversations about this in prior presenters where we're using mutations or alterations or changes in the tumor that we find based on genetic analysis. And sometimes those alterations in your tumor can actually be something that one of the investigational agents is specifically looking to attack. And therefore, in those cases, sometimes you'll need to have that mutation, i.e. your tumor will need to have that mutation or alteration. The reason and the rationale for designing a trial like this is really what we're trying to do is make the tumor type that we're studying the most homogeneous or the most same as possible, so that if there is a response to that therapy, we're able to see that signal with the greatest intensity. Next slide. So as a part of a trial, there are a lot of, I would say, red tape or kind of criteria that you must meet in order to participate. We call these eligibility criteria. You must unfortunately meet all of these in order to participate. The rationale behind these eligibility criteria are multifaceted. One aspect is to make sure that it's safe for you as the patient, meaning are there anything that's unique to your history that makes it more risky for you, for example, to participate? And then two, another part of it is really to make sure that we as the scientists can identify and be able to prove that when you participate, whether or not this therapy did or did not help you. And so some of the things that you'll see in eligibility criteria are, of course, you'll need to be that tumor type. In addition, are you newly diagnosed or are you at recurrence, as we referred to in the last slide? We'll often want to understand the number of prior treatments you've had to understand if you're eligible. You'll need to be what we call healthy. Healthy is kind of really, we're really referring to how functional you are as the patient. And we in the medical world use scales called KPS and ECOG that help us assess that functional status. And so when I say healthy, that's kind of what I'm referring to. There are often limits, for example, to how much steroid you can be on. So very common to be on steroids, for example, in patients with glioblastoma. And sometimes the trials will limit the amount you can be on. You usually need to have measurable disease. So this is kind of a technical parameter, but really what we're talking about here is we need to be able to measure your tumor. As you can see here on the slide, this is a brain MRI with a lesion in the left temporal lobe. And what we do is we actually take measurements of the size of the lesion, and that typically needs to be a 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter. And the rationale behind this is that if we're trying a therapy, we need to have, and we're hoping to see if we can actually see that tumor size decrease with time or change to some degree. And so this helps us achieve that goal. And then, as I mentioned before, mutations can play a role, and sometimes you'll be required to have the mutation. Obviously, if the drug is attacking mutation, we want to make sure that your tumor has that mutation so that you actually have the possibility of responding to the therapy. Next slide. So a lot of people will have questions about phases of a clinical trial, and this can be pretty complicated. So I was hoping that this chart can kind of help walk you through kind of how we think about the phases of a clinical trial. And then most importantly, what are the pros and the cons of each of the trials? So the way to think about it is that a drug that's being studied or a therapy that's being studied is going to enter most commonly in phase 1 and then advance to phase 2 and then 3. So phase 1, the goal of the study is really to understand the side effects of the therapy. And then in addition to that, come to the conclusion scientifically of what is the ideal dose for the patient to receive. Now, what comes into that ideal dose is really understanding how do we maximize the dose, but also make it still tolerable, i.e. manage those side effects that we're trying to quantify and identify. And in this study, there's a smaller number of patients that we're exploring this in typically. You're typically not randomized in a phase 1 study, and there's usually never a placebo in this portion. So one of the benefits to a phase 1 is that you're usually always getting the therapy that you are trying to seek by participating in the clinical trial. The downside potentially to a phase 1 is that we're still trying to understand the ideal dose for a patient, and we may have less information about the potential side effects you could experience as the patient. In the phase 2 setting, the phase 2 is really trying to understand, is this treatment effective for patients? So does it work? And does the tumor respond to it on imaging? There's usually more patients involved in this portion of a study, clinical trial that is. Sometimes there is a randomization, but typically during this portion of a phase 2 clinical trial, you're typically going to know what you're receiving, meaning that if you are in a clinical trial and there are 2 drugs that you could possibly get, you're going to know which one you're getting. And typically there's not going to be a placebo, meaning that there's not going to be a treatment arm or a treatment that you're going to receive that's going to include that sugar pill. So that's something you don't have to worry about. So phase 2, oftentimes people are interested in because there's going to be more data on the toxicity of the drug due to the phase 1 already being completed. Going to be a better understanding of the dose that we need to give you. And then in addition, you're likely going to get the investigational therapy that you're hoping to get. So phase 2s are often pretty desirable for most patients. Phase 3 is really kind of the culmination of the study of a drug. And what I mean by that is phase 3s really will determine oftentimes whether or not the FDA approves the therapy. It's a way of truly proving if the therapy is helpful to patients. So in this study, oftentimes we are comparing it to a placebo, or we're comparing it to a prior therapy that's been proven to help patients. But of course, the goal is to show that it does better than or is as good as a therapy that's already in place. This is usually larger in number as far as the number of people who are participating. You can be randomized in a phase 3, or I should say, will be randomized. And then in addition to that, a large majority of these will include a placebo. So phase 3s are very interesting studies because it's getting to the point of which we're trying to get the drug FDA approved. So there's a lot of information potentially about a lot of information about the therapy that's available. However, this is the definitive study, so it's not clear if it's actually what we've seen in the past is actually going to pan out to be the truth, so to speak. But what's challenging for a phase 3 for a lot of patients is that there can be a lot of anxiety about doing a therapy, but the possibility of not actually getting a true treatment, i.e. specifically those studies that include a placebo. And during these studies, you of course don't know that you're getting that placebo. So some patients will choose to not participate in a phase 3 trial because of this. Next slide. So what are more of the practical considerations, things that I encourage my patients to think about on whether or not they want to participate in a trial? Really the key thing here is it's a huge time commitment. And I think what we don't want to do is minimize or trivialize the amount of time you'll spend with us by doing a clinical trial. So there's going to be more frequent visits with us, typically. There's going to be a longer duration, oftentimes, of the visit when you are with us. And that's due to a lot of logistical information that we have to get from you as the patient. There's often more labs. As I mentioned, more things that we do in the visit, such as questionnaires. So understanding kind of quality of life, what your symptoms are like, how they changed over time. Also the potential to need to observe you potentially after the therapy is given. And then sometimes we'll even do day-long assessments. Early on phase trials, sometimes what we'll see is that we will have a patient get the drug, but then take blood samples every 2 hours for a full day. And so these can be very time intensive. And the key take home here is that this time that you're spending with us is potentially time away from family and loved ones and other things that may be very important to you. Next slide. In addition, there is often pretty stringent restrictions on your ability to ingest other things. So good examples would be supplements. Supplements are fairly common in cancer, and some patients may want to use those in conjunction with what their neuro-oncologist is recommending. Unfortunately, supplements are not able to be used in most clinical trials. Good example of supplements may be, for example, vitamins of specific types, essential oils, various other things that are not necessarily FDA approved for treating your cancer, but may be thought to potentially be helpful. Medical marijuana can be used sometimes, but sometimes it's not allowed in a clinical trial. It is up to the people sponsoring the clinical trial to decide that. And then oftentimes what you'll see is Optune is not allowed. And I think Optune's been discussed prior as a part of the standard of care for treatment of, for example, glioblastoma. And Optune is often not allowed in a clinical trial. And part of the rationale behind that is Optune is and has been proven to potentially provide benefit to patients. So if we were to find a positive result in that clinical trial, it would be difficult for us to discern whether or not that's the Optune that's helping the patient or if that's actually the therapy that we're studying. There's not much flexibility in a clinical trial, so the appointment times are usually very rigid as far as the days you have to come into clinic. And then sometimes you'll find that larger cancer institutes will allow you to do labs at other locations that are maybe closer to your home or imaging. That's usually not an option on clinical trials because it often has to be done at the home institution due to it being a clinical trial. Next slide. So one question that I commonly get asked is cost and what does this look like in a clinical trial setting? So most of the things that we do in a clinical trial are going to be what we call standard of care, meaning we would do these things to make sure you're safe with any therapy we would give you. So most of these will be billed to your insurance. The key thing that's different here is the actual investigational therapy we give you is typically given to you by the clinical trial. So that's in a sense the part that you receive as a part of getting the clinical trial. Next slide. So how do you find the clinical trial? First, I'd recommend talking to your your neuro-oncologist. They'll be able to walk you through potentially what's available at the institution that they're seeing you at. But in addition to that, to be able to help guide you if you have others you're interested in. The next site is clinicaltrials.gov. It's a great resource. You can see here on this slide, this is actually a screenshot from the website. So what you would do is you would input your diagnosis, of course, choose the country at which you're in, and then potentially choose a state that you'd wish to travel to or stay within in order to get a clinical trial. And then use that search button there to identify the clinical trials in your area or even in the US. And then I would recommend taking that list and potentially discussing it with your neuro-oncologist at your visit. Next slide. So are clinical trials an option for me? The short answer is yes, they really are potentially available for every patient. However, there are a lot of things to consider. One of the things is, do you have another therapy that's FDA approved? In which case, clinical trial may not feel like the right thing for you at that time. A lot of patients would do clinical trials from an altruistic perspective. So the idea of helping the greater community of patients with brain tumors. Another thing to consider is, are you able to do the clinical trial at home or do you have to travel? What are your thoughts about participating in a clinical trial where you could be harmed? Or do you have anxiety about potentially receiving a placebo or not being able to choose which drug you're going to receive if you are randomized or participating in a randomized trial? And then we'll talk much more about this, but are you willing to travel? And that brings us to the next topic, as I mentioned. Next slide. So before we get to kind of traveling, question that I get commonly asked by my patients, is there a right trial for me? And unfortunately, there's not really good data that help us as your neuro-oncologist help you in this decision making. And that's because, once again, this is an experiment. And so we don't have all of the data to provide you and help guide you in this decision. So really what I talk to my patients about is, what is the practical approach to this? And what are things that you're unwilling as a patient or would like to not experience? So common things that I'll talk with my patients is there a particular toxicity that you're not willing to experience? So if the drug is known to cause diarrhea and you definitely don't want to have that as a side effect, that may not be the greatest trial for you to consider. The other thing to look at is the time commitments. They're all usually unique to each clinical trial. And so if a clinical trial is requiring an incredible amount of time of you, that may not be the right trial for you. Does the trial limit other options in the future for additional trials? Do you have to travel to get to the clinical trial or to be a part of the clinical trial, or is it available at home? Is there a chance you could get standard of care or placebo, talking more along the lines of those phase 3 trials? Is that something you're willing to participate in? And is there a type of treatment that you're interested in? Some of you have done a lot of research on the web and understand, and maybe you're very interested in targeted therapies, or maybe you're very interested in immunotherapies. You can tailor your searches or your options for clinical trials based on those specific type of therapies. Next slide. So do I travel for a clinical trial? It's a completely personal decision. My experience with patients, this is actually quite challenging for family and caregivers. Inherently, obviously, there's a financial burden attached to this. The frequent traveling can take you away from things that may be more important to you, such as time with your family, certain activities that bring you a lot of joy. Again, work can play a big challenge for you as the patient, but also for the people that are helping care for you. Other obligations, so how do you manage childcare and also travel and get the therapy you need? Obviously, traveling is quite fatiguing. So if that's a common or a significant side effect that you're experiencing from your cancer, obviously that could be exacerbated. And then obviously, if you were to have a challenge with the therapy on the clinical trial, there's a possibility you may not have the immediate team there to help you through that. Next slide. So how do you make traveling work? What I've listed here are just some resources that help people get to this meaning get to a clinical trial if it's not in their backyard, so to speak. So as you can see here, a lot of clinical trials will offer assistance for patients in the form of lodging and transportation. There are housing options typically attached to the institution in which you're being treated. There's the Hope Lodge as well, Ronald McDonald House. Transportation options are pretty commonly available at some of these cancer centers. Assistance can be done through charitable foundations. And in addition, I put an extensive list that's available on the ABTA website to help you in regards to obtaining financial assistance. Next slide. Do I have to participate in a clinical trial? The short answer here is no. And that is the real answer. You don't need to participate. Next slide. Most importantly, remember again, it's voluntary. It's a choice. You can decide to stop at any time. You should never feel pressure to participate in a trial. This does not negatively impact us as physicians. We have no, I would say in a sense, need for you to participate in a clinical trial in order for us to be, in a sense, more effective. Really what we want for you is what's best for you and to work with you as a team to decide what is that best treatment. And sometimes that's not a clinical trial, and that's completely okay. Next slide. So what if you want to help, but you want to minimize risk? We have non-interventional or observational studies. These are things where we're gathering data from you as the patient, but not necessarily providing an intervention. And so really this is about data collection and being able to provide better explanations and information about potentially your disease process or a specific therapy that you're on that's already been FDA approved. Next slide. That really completes an overview of how to navigate clinical trials. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. As a reminder, if you do have a question that you'd like to ask, please type and submit it using the Q&A button on the bottom of your screen, and we'll answer questions as time allows. So one of the first questions we have here is asking, how do you decide what therapy or what trial is appropriate when a patient may have multiple viable targets? How do you decide what is appropriate for that patient?
Yeah, very good question. This is a tricky one, to be honest. I have to be honest with you. I think that the likelihood of having multiple clinical trials available for multiple mutations is not very common, particularly because I would say the number of trials that are designed for targeted therapies are somewhat limited. And that's centered around the idea that there are limited known alterations or changes that are common in glioblastoma. And so I would say when you factor in the common considerations that I kind of talked about, is the clinical trial in your backyard at your home institution? My suspicion is most of the time you're going to be left with one clinical trial that's a targeted agent. If you do come up with two, I would recommend having a discussion with your neuro-oncologist about which one may be the best option. Again, there in my role, I commonly will kind of look at the likely side effects that the patient could experience and kind of compare and contrast those two trials and kind of see what makes most sense as far as their ultimate goals, what they want to prioritize, and kind of what their limits are when it comes to side effects.
Thank you so much for that answer. During your presentation, you shared clinicaltrials.gov as a great resource to do your own research and find trials that might be appropriate for you. That can be a lot of information. Do you have any tips for our attendees on how exactly to go about searching for clinical trials if they're doing that research on their own?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. This is not something we've done well. And what I mean by that is having a good resource for patients that is very easy to get through and kind of navigate. Clinicaltrials.gov, in my opinion, is not that website. Unfortunately, it's all we have at this time. As far as navigating that, the challenges that are inherent to that trial is what they don't tell you is that even though there may be trials that are listed, it doesn't necessarily mean there is a spot for example, for a patient to enroll in at that institution. So kind of the take home is that it's not updated daily. So even though the trial may be hosted, for example, at Huntsman and Salt Lake, it doesn't mean that I actually have a spot for you to participate. The best approach, in my opinion, is really trying to work with your neuro-oncologist with this list. They're going to have the knowledge to help you understand if that's a potential option for you. And then in addition, kind of narrowing down that list by location. So a good example that I say to patients is, where would you be willing to travel? Give me maybe 2 or 3 cities. And oftentimes people choose those cities based on family being in those locations. So they have a built-in a sense, house to stay in or a place to stay when they're traveling to minimize costs and also have support inherent in that city. And that can really help us narrow down that list and then be able to guide you in the direction of what makes the most sense to you as the patient.
Thank you so much for sharing that wonderful advice. Another question we have here is, do you have advice for or tips for patients and families who are wanting to bring up the options of clinical trials with their neuro-oncologist? So let's say clinical trials weren't already discussed by the neuro-oncologist, but a patient is wanting to explore this option. How can a patient bring that up with their doctor?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I would honestly just be direct. I think most of us in the field really value value clinical trials. For me, I look at these as opportunities of hope for patients. The challenge that you may find is that if your institution that you are working with doesn't have clinical trials, or they're not a part of necessarily what they do, you may not find that the physician or your doc is actually bringing them up to you. I would be the one to point it out. Most of us are not going to be offended for bringing this up. We're going to see the value in a clinical trial. We understand that certain tumor types, specifically glioblastoma, really we consider clinical trials the standard of care in a lot of ways. Really, this is the way that we are going to be able to change the future experience of patients and their outcomes. And so I wouldn't have any hesitation in bringing this up and being very direct.
Thank you so much. I think that has been a reoccurring theme that has come up throughout this program, is the importance of that open communication with your healthcare team. All right, another question we have here is asking, in your presentation, you had mentioned you can enter a clinical trial either at the point of being newly diagnosed or at the point of reoccurrence. If a patient had been on a clinical trial in the past when they were newly diagnosed, can they then qualify for another clinical trial at the time of reoccurrence?
Yeah, very good question. So the easiest way to think about this is when we design clinical trials, we like to design them so that if a patient participated one, let's say at newly diagnosis, they can then participate again at recurrence. And so most of the trials that you'll see will be available to you either at the time of newly diagnosis or at the time of recurrence. I also talk to my patients when they're newly diagnosed. The inherent challenges and the trauma related to the new diagnosis of your cancer it may be too overwhelming to discuss a clinical trial at that time. It may be too much to process, and that's okay. So I always reassure my patients, even if this is something you think you could be interested in, but it's just too overwhelming, we always have the time to discuss it at recurrence. So never feel like you're not going to have this opportunity again in the future. And that's something I help them navigate because there's just so much that happens at the time of being diagnosed that it can be incredibly overwhelming. But most importantly, there are multiple opportunities to participate.
Thank you so much. You also talked about placebo during your presentation, and sometimes there can be some confusion when that comes in. Can you just explain what it means if a patient is on a placebo? Does that mean they're not receiving treatment?
Yeah, very good question. Yeah, placebo is challenging. I think the best case scenario to help describe this would be a phase 3 study. So if you remember, that's the phase where we're kind of determining if a therapy is going to be FDA approved or not. So when we think about it from a science perspective, the best way to understand if the drug works or not is if we give half, for example, the patients who are participating in the trial, the investigational agent. Let's say that this is, I think we talked about it earlier, the drug vorasidenib, the sister drug of ivosidenib. The other half of the patients are going to be given a drug, a pill that looks exactly like the vorasidenib, but instead inside is just going to be sugar, for example. And each patient is going to be taking their pills. They're not going to know which one they're getting. But what we're able to do at the end of that study is we're able to not come in as physician scientists with bias. So me as the physician, I'm going to want those patients who I know are getting the therapy. I'm going to want them to do really well. And that may make our science diluted. So the fact that in these trials, when we give a placebo, the doctors, the people participating in the study, i.e. you as the patient, but also the people doing the data in the background, they have no idea what you're receiving. And so this allows us to look at the data for its true value and to determine whether or not truly this therapy is effective. So it's really a tool that's designed to optimize or to make sure that the data we're gathering is the most valid as possible so that we can ensure we're actually making claims that are true. The placebo portion, the challenge with the phase 3 that patients will have is that if the placebo is an option, there is the possibility, typically it's 50-50, that you're going to be receiving this placebo. And this placebo, in effect, really is not any therapeutic treatment. It is not actually a drug that may have any impact on you, specifically your tumor.
And I'm carrying that a step further. So Joe, specifically in the study you're talking about, the placebo being truly not being treated is actually only being used in the scenario where observation, meaning continuing to just get MRIs, is actually totally the standard of care. So most studies are actually not designed with a complete placebo on the other side. What we will often see is that we have a standard of care. So let's say you chose to do this at the very beginning, right? We'll have a standard of care. You're going to get your radiation. You're going to get your chemo. But whether or not you get this extra pill is either the real pill or the placebo. Now, advantage, disadvantage, what Dr. Mendez has been talking about is we don't really know if that pill helps. There is a risk that it could actually hurt. So sometimes you want to be in the placebo group. And 3, you are taking on the side effects of if you are in the actual drug group, you may end up with side effects that you're not super happy with. So placebo-controlled trials give us a scientific validity, but they come with, most people think of the risk of being on the placebo arm, but sometimes the risk is actually the drug arm.
Yes.
That's important to consider. And then important to consider the vast majority of trials for gliomas will be with a standard of care treatment. You are not going to be denied standard of care.
Yeah, and to take one step further from Dr. Nagpal, I think the key theme here is that we use the word ethics a lot. We obviously take an oath to do no harm. So what we're referring here is when we create these, we would never put you in a situation to where we would harm you by not giving you what we have and what we know has proven to work.
Thank you so much for that great information. And thank you so much, Dr. Nagpal, for jumping in and providing that additional insight. I think we have time for one last question. Dr. Nagpal, you touched on the potential of having side effects that you weren't expecting or wouldn't want to have. Is it possible for a patient on a clinical trial to choose to go off of the trial? Is that an option for them?
So as Dr. Mendez so clearly pointed out on multiple beautiful slides, absolutely. Trial participation, just like your own treatment, is voluntary. And that means that if you're having diarrhea and it's really wrecking your social life, you can stop the drug. All you have to say is, Dr. Nagpal, I'm kind of done with this. Before you get to that point, we hope that you will discuss what the concern is with us, because we might be able to mitigate it. Maybe it's actually, I need to just give you an antidiarrheal, and I haven't done that yet. or maybe I have the opportunity to reduce your dose on the study so that you're not having that side effect. So harkening back to what all of your speakers have said today, having that open line of communication with your physician is critical, because we might be able to help you stay on drug if we think it's working for you. But likewise, we can also help you make a good choice for yourself to come off when it's really inhibiting your life.
Dr. Mendez, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think that's perfect. I think, again, as you mentioned before, the key thing here is transparency. The last thing we want to do is compromise your quality. I think what we need from you guys as the patient is really to help us understand the balance between side effects and quality, and also how aggressive that therapy is. And that's unique to every patient. And so I spend a lot of time trying to understand where that balance is. And I never want a patient feel like they need to remain on study, even though they've lost quality, and that's their most important goal in their therapy. And I think the options that Dr. Nagpal brought up are completely exactly what we do on a daily basis in my clinic, trying to work to mitigate those symptoms. And if we can't, obviously helping you get off the trial and coming up with an alternative approach.
Thank you so much for these wonderful answers. Unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for today. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back to Emily. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Mendez, for sharing with us how to navigate clinical trials and whether a clinical trial is a good option for not just somebody who has a brain tumor, but who has experienced recurrence. We really appreciate your time today. All right, this now concludes the main sessions of the ABTA Navigating Brain Tumor Recurrence Patient and Family Meeting. As a reminder, today's meeting has been recorded and will be sent out later next week along with some helpful resources. We hope each of you gained some new insight and helpful resources from our meeting today. Before we go, we would love if you could help us understand if you have learned something new today by responding to this last poll. So if you remembered in the very beginning of our meeting, I launched a poll that asked the question, please rate your understanding of recurrence. So now we just want to see, since you have participated in our meeting, if each of you have gained some new information, insight, have become educated more than you were prior to. I'm going to launch the poll now. Please rate your overall understanding of recurrence. Wonderful. I'm going to end the poll now. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so when we first started the meeting, in the general section, we had 54%. And now that you see under great, it has risen to 52%. So this is definitely an increase, and it shows that each of you have learned something new today. Of course, there's always something new to learn. So we definitely encourage each of you to refer back to the recording, refer to the resources that you learned today, reach back out to the ABTA through our care line, info@abta.org, and we would love to give you more information as well. All right, we invite each of you to continue to stay connected and share your feedback through social media. Additionally, each of you should receive an email asking you to take a brief survey to evaluate this meeting. We ask each of you to please take a few minutes to share your feedback, which truly is important for us as we plan for future programs. For everyone who fills out the survey, includes their email address, you'll be entered into a raffle for a chance to win a $50 Amazon gift card. The winner will be emailed the gift card post-event. I would now like to welcome back our program planning chair, Dr. Seema Nagpal, for all her time, effort, and leadership in putting together this recurrence patient and family meeting. Dr. Nagpal, would you like to say a few closing remarks?
Yes, thank you to the ABTA for inviting me, especially big thank you to all of our speakers today and to our tumor board. We really hope that you've learned something. And if the only thing you've learned today is that your physicians can make better choices with you by knowing you and listening to you, then we've done our job. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you so much for all of your time and dedication and for the excellent roster of speakers that you suggested and just the overall development of this program. Additionally, I would like to thank each speaker for taking the time out today to share their insight and expertise. Likewise, thank you to ABTA's gold sponsor, Novocure, and our silver sponsor, GT Medical Technologies, for their support of this virtual event. Without the time and effort from each of these individuals and organizations, we would not be able to bring you this quality educational programming that has brought together the entire brain tumor community. And most importantly, I thank each of you for taking the time out on your Saturday and being a part of this community. We hope each of you have found our virtual meeting to be full of new information, resources, and support. You can check out our upcoming events with our webinar on how metastatic brain tumors affect your breast cancer care, taking place March 30th. Our patient and family meeting on cognitive and emotional well-being, taking place April 30th. And last but not least, our national conference taking place in the fall on September 9th and 10th. Thank you again for joining us today and enjoy the rest of your week. Take care.